Are we live?
The
Yes.
right answer or the wrong answer.
The things that the kids are holding. What? The things that the kids are holding
Are just, they're like, she laminated oak tag where he signs on it for each kid. So each kid has their own personal one that sits in their desk.
I don't have that.
It is really.
Where was
I
it?
think they have something like
In
that.
Centennial.
I think they use something like that in the high school, but I don't.
He's going to be.
Well,
this is the next.
We've
I
had,
feel like this is the next.
this was perfect for middle children, because it's just, you hold it side up.
That's great. Okay, you ready? This meeting is a public session of the Council Rock Board of School Directors. This meeting is being recorded by the Council Rock School District and may be recorded by members of the audience. We're going to start with the pledge. Julie Barrow.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
Thank you, Mrs. Grant. They were great. While there's such a small ensemble, could you ask them to introduce themselves real loud?
Sure. We are from Hillcrest Elementary School. Erin Hamill. Julie Barrett. Evelyn Lewis. Evelyn Rubostowski. Leanne Kim.
Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Very good. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Sexton?
Present.
Mrs. Thomas?
Here.
Mr. Block?
Here.
Mr. Abramson?
Mr. Abramson is detained on business. He will be here, though, this evening.
Okay. Mrs. Brooks?
Here.
Mr. Bialik?
Here.
Dr. Foster,
Here.
Mr. Grupp,
Present.
Mrs. McKessie.
Here. Okay. Mr. Klein, you want to introduce
Mrs.
the...
McCarthy, we'd like you to come up and kick off the inaugural season of the Council Rock North Student Advisory Board. Welcome.
Be happy to. I would like to.
Pull the microphone down, sorry. That's better.
Okay. I would like to introduce our panel of SAB representatives for this school year. And we will begin with our 12th grade representative, who is again Annie Blankemeyer, followed by 11th grade representative Samantha Rank. Hadley Grundman is our 10th grade representative. And I'd like to introduce a new member of our panel, and that is Finn Thompson, who is representing 9th grade. And last but not least is Ashley Therion from MBIT, who is also a 12th grader at Council Rock North. So we will begin with Annie.
Hi everyone. It's pretty impossible to believe that it's been 3 years since I first sat in the seat, and that in only 7 months, my days at Council Rock North will come to a close. September 3rd marked the first of many lasts for the seniors at North this year. Our very last first day of school felt different than any of the 11 before it. As we all pulled into the parking lot that morning, it seemed like for the first time in years, no one was really dreading returning to school. We have reached the home stretch. Although we still have to wake up early, stress about college applications, and do homework for classes that we don't always love, we also get to think about Disney, college acceptances, and our futures after high school. I'm really looking forward to spending my last year at North with such an amazing class. The rest of the student body has also gotten back to work as the year is now in full swing. The Student Executive Board has selected 4 new members from the freshman class for the 2014 to 2015 school year. SEB has been hard at work planning many school events that occur within the same week in October. Spirit Week was held from Monday the 20th to Friday the 24th, and students dressed up according to each day's theme in effort to gain a spirit point for their class at Blue and White Night, which was held that Wednesday. Naturally, the seniors came out on top. Raising money for this year's Blue and White Night charity meant a lot to the class of 2015. We were celebrating that Tom Weir, a senior at North, has been in good health for the past year, and the school raised over $3,000 for We're Happy for Tom. On Saturday the 25th, SEB held the annual Fall Festival at North, and all the clubs, teams, and organizations were able to sell any item of their choice in a carnival setting to fundraise for this year. Immediately following the festival was the homecoming football game, where the homecoming court was announced during halftime. The senior class voted for boys and girls who they thought stood out in academics, school activities, community involvement, and all-around character. The class selected Drew Musto and Sam Bunk as the 2015 homecoming king and queen. Now that the fall events are all complete, SEB is going to start planning the holiday project and blood drive, which are both coming up in the next couple of months. Sock and Buskin, North Street Theater Group, has begun its 2014 to 2015 season and will be performing George Bernard Shaw's Heartbreak House on November 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Thank you, and here's Sam.
Hello. I can hardly believe that I am already in my junior year of high school and have begun looking at colleges I would like to attend. Junior year has been very busy so far. Next weekend, November 15th, the junior class will host the Fall Formal. With the theme being a blast from the past, I know it will be an amazing night. In addition, many juniors are preparing to take the SATs in the months ahead and have begun to even look for prom dresses. Aside from the juniors, North has been involved with many charitable events. Sock and Buskin, North's theater group, raised $283 through a bake sale for breast cancer research. They also gathered canned goods through a fundraiser they called Trick or Treat So Kids Can Eat. All food was donated to the Trenton Soup Kitchen. Academically, North has been very busy. The end of the first marking period was today, and report cards will be available shortly. A new Study Island web-based program is being used to help students prepare for the state Keystone exams that are upcoming in December and May. Students will be tested in Algebra 1, Biology, and Literature. Rho Kappa, the History Honor Society, held inductions just last week on October 27th, and the National Honor Society inductions will be on November 19th. In addition to all the amazing things North has accomplished academically, the honors management class students at North were given the scenario to create and open their own business. Through this assignment, students had to create a campaign, recruit employees to work for them, and create a list of job qualifications for which they when they decided who would hold that office position. The overall objective of the project was to teach the students the effectiveness of technology for communication, as well as to relate the importance of workplace expectations for career development. Finally, in the spirit of Veterans Day, Roy Kappa, together with the Newtown American Legion, will host a ceremony next Tuesday to honor and celebrate veterans within the community. This concludes my speech. Here's Hadley.
Hello all, happy November. I hope you had a wonderful Halloween and fall season. I cannot believe that we are already a quarter of the way done with the school year. It seems like just yesterday I was organizing my backpack to prepare for the start of the year. Thus far, my sophomore year has been great. I love my classes and am looking forward to all of the exciting events that lie ahead. Although it is only the first marking period, all of the music groups are in great rhythm. The marching band and color guard have just concluded another wonderful season. They practiced for a combined 28,000 hours, and their hard work was rewarded when they won superior at all their competitions. The band is also excited because this year they get to travel to Spain, Italy, and France and perform in these gorgeous countries. The choir has also had a very busy first marking period. The select choir, North Voice, sang the national anthem for the Philadelphia Phillies and will also sing for Veterans Day. The orchestra has welcomed its new director with open arms. They look forward to their first performance and, along with the band and choir, they are preparing for their winter concerts in December. In athletic news, the fall season has just ended, and I am thrilled to announce that North's field hockey team has qualified for states after winning their league title. Some members of both the girls and boys cross-country teams qualified for districts and a couple for states as well. A number of other fall athletic teams qualified for districts. 2 girls double tennis teams, the football team, and both girls soccer and volleyball teams. In 10th grade news, we are looking forward to the Mustache Bash Student versus Teachers edition. This is where students and teachers who are participating grow mustaches, and then the students donate money to the person that they think will have the most outstanding creation. The proceeds will go to prostate cancer research. It's a hair-raising event. As I won't see you again until next year, I wish you all a wonderful holidays, and here is Finn.
Many people have said that the worst part of anything in life is not knowing. Being new to anything, people, places, and things, is weird, and being a freshman at Council Rock North is certainly not an exception. Sitting here in the auditorium back in the spring, the size of the school, curriculum, and students was intimidating, to say the least, to all of the current 8th graders getting ready to transition to 9th grade. The class of 2018 entered Council Rock North a bit tentatively on September 2nd, and so far, I haven't been able to find a real reason why. The students and staff are extremely welcoming and always happy to help a lost freshman in the hallways, even if a comment of classic freshman almost always follows. In the first few months of school, our questions and fears were all put aside by our COM mentors, which are members of the Kickoff Mentoring Club, that my homeroom affectionately referred to as commies. This dedicated group of people spends countless hours during the summer in all-day sessions, learning about the best ways to make us freshmen comfortable in our transition to North. On selected days during the months of September and October, our COM mentors visit us in our homerooms and do what they do best, helping us fit into our new environment while maintaining a level of fun. And on the days before these meetings, they spend time preparing for the next day, showing once again a high level of dedication to their jobs. After we were welcomed into the school with open arms by students and teachers alike, we were told by our 9th grade principal, Mr. Griesbaum, time and time again, to get involved. Well, at the time, I shook this advice off. Only later did I realize how crucial this really is. Joining clubs and meeting new people makes it even easier to transition to the high school, and clubs are a lot of fun anyway. One of the clubs that I would like to highlight today is the debate team. This group of about 130 students spent weeks preparing for their first competition on October 28th at meetings, their own homes, and even a workshop on the 15th. There are plenty of aspects of debate that the team covers, including Congress, which is a more political debate, Lincoln-Douglas debate, which is a more value-based debate, and speech, which is a more open-ended debate with multiple subcategories. On the 26th, many students in my class that were either new to debate either shadowed more experienced members or competed for the very first time. We freshmen had a lot of fun, learned a lot about debating, and performed successfully as well. Being part of the debate team is a great idea, and I strongly urge other students to join. This year, the Diversity Advisory Committee began a project to enact No Place for Hate in our school. No Place for Hate is a program dedicated to stop bullying, bias, and things of that nature. And our school welcomed the program to North by creating many mini projects throughout last year. These included a guest speaker from the National Organization for Victim Assistance on cyberbullying, a 6-week homeroom discussion series, a highlighted book collection in our library, and a mural in our cafeteria celebrating diversity. Also, students in my class will be surveyed to see whether or not they have had any experience with bullying. Being able to join clubs and meet new people, as well as benefit the entire school in doing so, makes getting involved a must for freshmen and upperclassmen alike, and I am excited to see how other clubs turn out this year. The class of 2018 has had a great first marking period, and we can't wait to see what else will be thrown at us this year. Thank you, and I'm going to pass this on to Ashley.
Hello, my name is Ashley Theory, and I'm a senior at Council Rock North. I'm also a third-year student in the Public Safety Program at Middlebucks Institute of Technology. On Friday, October 31st, students participated in a career exploration walk and scarecrow coin war as part of the Skills USA fundraising event. The career exploration walk allowed students to explore each of the 22 programs offered at MBIT outside of their own program. The scarecrow coin war helped each program collect funds that will be donated to Blessings in a Backpack. Students in the Multimedia Technology program recently competed in the Bucks Fever Film Fest. There were 5 films in all that were submitted by the students. The film entitled The Art of Deception won for Best Narrative. A film focusing on technology in schools that was previously entered in the first annual White House Student Film Festival during last school year won for Honorable Mention for Documentary. MBIT's annual open house is scheduled for Thursday, January 7th from 7 to 9 p.m. Students, parents, and community members are all invited to come and explore MBIT's 22 career and technical programs. The snow day is scheduled for Thursday, January 14th. I would like to remind the community that they can learn more about the latest happenings at MBIT by liking us on Facebook, following us on Twitter, and viewing our videos on YouTube. I look forward to reporting to you at January's board meeting. Thank you for your time.
Well, you guys did a fantastic job. Finn, welcome aboard. Eventually, you're going to run for public office, and I want to work on your campaign. You were fantastic. Thank you for the great update on Council Rock North. Mrs. McCarthy, they're a wonderful tribute to Council Rock High School North.
We were all smitten by Finn. Right, ladies?
I have to tell you, when we were... They had an auction at the North event, and the big prize, the big product was a parking spot. So Rick, there's still hope for this. 2 students bid up to $350 each to park at school, and ultimately they both took home. They both took one. So, but that money goes to SEB, and that money helps to defray the cost.
It goes to the senior class.
Senior class. Mm-hmm. So that helps to defray many of the costs for the things they do, including the yearbook, which I always fight, and the class trip, which I always fight. But you know, but
we always fight. Yep.
So
you're a lot of fun.
But I bid on stuff, so I gave my money willingly to certain things. Okay, so it was amazing though. So Rick, you always wanted, you know, to charge the staff for parking. There you go.
Thank you, each of you, for spending your Thursday night with us. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you.
Don't leave yet, though. We're going to go right to you next. Mr. Gamble, will you bring in the folks?
While we're waiting, I'd like to give a little bit of information regarding the National Merit Scholarship Program so that everyone can understand the significance of this honor. And I'm going to follow Hadley. Hadley started with a little bit of data regarding the number of hours our marching band and color guard worked, so I'm also going to provide a little bit of data. First of all, this is the 60th national award of the National Merit Scholarship Program. Secondly, over 1.4 million students took the PSAT in 11th grade from the class of 2015. Out of this, 50,000 highest scorers were named National Merit Scholars. And what happens is, from this then come approximately 16,000 National Merit semifinalists who would, as you look at the statistics a little bit more closely, represent about 0.5% of the students who take the test from any particular state. These students are awarded over 7,600 actual scholarships, which are worth approximately $33 million. These scholarships come from the National Merit Corporation itself. Many scholarships come from corporations, and many other scholarships, and the bulk of the scholarships actually come from colleges and universities. So following that, the other 34,000 students, and it's just rank ordered after that, it's not according to state, are named commended students. So you can see what a great honor this is to be among this group of students named nationally. At Council Rock North, we had 10 National Merit semifinalists. And we have our certificates?
Yes, I'm going to bring them out
Okay.
in a minute.
Okay, and I'd like to begin.
Call them up by semifinals because I think they're in alphabetic order. We'll figure it out. I just wanted to check as we're calling them out. When Drew Musto gets called, do we have to genuflect or bow or anything in honor of his coronation as king for the homecoming court? That's not part of this. Just wanted
Absolutely.
Protocol is very important.
Okay, so I'll begin. Our first National Merit semifinalist in alphabetical order is Matthew Aronson. Brian Burr. Allison Dalafave. Benjamin Henderson, who's not here this evening. Kimberly Lamberti. Patrick Mulcahy. Jennifer Poloni. Michael Rademacher. Atul Rajesh. And last but not least, Joshua Rothenberg. Moving on to our commended students, our first student is not present this evening, and he is Spencer Abrams. Followed by Amrit Aluwalia. Lucas Cohen is not in attendance, but Ryan Connor is. Aubrey Dion. Carson Easterly. Emma Fitzsimmons. Our next 5 students are not here this evening, but they are Daniel Go, Andrew Groh, Daniel Hoffman, Edmund Liu, and Mitchell Masel. Uh-oh, Andrew Musto. Adam Payne Reichert is not here this evening, and neither is Eric Rovolovsky. Jacob Sandman. Kathleen Schultz and Kyle Tien are not here this evening. Greg Van Aken. Nancy Wenger is not here this evening, and last but not least, Nicholas Wu is. Congratulations. At this time, Mr. Klein usually invites parents up for a photo op, so feel free.
All right, go home and do your homework.
Good job. Great job, guys. Excellent. Thank you. That's okay.
I just have a couple more announcements.
Sure.
Mrs. Thomas, we'll see if maybe first we're going to clear out a little bit. Mr. Pinheiro, would you come on up? I know he was here.
Yes, I saw him here too.
Should have read the traffic report first before I asked him to buck traffic. Well, while we're waiting for Mr. Pinheiro,
I think he and the drivers are outside waiting for the room to clear.
I'll do a couple more announcements. First of all, next Tuesday is Veterans Day. Council Rock School District has a proud history of celebrating Veterans Day, and those Veterans Day celebrations.
Wait,
yeah, I think I'll wait.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we are going to continue with our meeting. Mr. Klein, Superintendent's report.
As I was saying, Veterans Day celebrations will occur across Council Rock next week. Council Rock School District is privileged to celebrate this day with so many of the veterans in our community. Our hallmark programs will be at Council Rock North and South. The celebrations, however, will span all of our schools. We are honored to honor the service of the men and women who served in our military and demonstrate to our students the sacrifice that many made for our freedom. Two other quick announcements. On the web page tomorrow, which has also been out in the listserv, is a link to a survey that the Board of School Directors is asking our community to fill in that deals with community input for the superintendent search. So I invite members of our community to fill out that information. It is valuable to the board as they look forward. Also, Council Rock High School South is getting ready for their first Golden Wings Theater Company presentation this year, which will be the Addams Family. And that presentation will be on November 13th at 7 p.m., November 14th at 7 p.m., and November 15th at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. You can find more information on tickets and performances by visiting the Golden Wings site on the Council Rock South website. We did not have a chance during School Bus Safety Week to have some time to honor our drivers, so we thought we would spend some time tonight. Mr. Pinheiro, you're on.
Thank you and good evening. Every year, in recognition of School Bus Safety Week, we take a few moments to recognize bus drivers who have served the Council Rock students for 25, 30, 35, even 40 and more years. This year, it just so happens that we have no bus driver that hits one of those magic numbers. So instead, I decided I would like to recognize two special bus drivers who have received outstanding comments from some of our CR staff. And I would like to read the emails that I received on these two people. But before I even do that, I'd like to introduce First Student's Terminal Manager, Ursula Reines. And sitting back here somewhere behind her is Kelly McBride, who is a resident of our district and is the Safety Manager. Ursula, would you?
Good evening, Mr. Klein, members of the board, Mr. Pinheiro, and guests. We have a philosophy at First Student. The school bus is an extension of the classroom. Oh, sure, they learn the math, sciences, and arts in the classroom, but when they board our school bus, they learn social skills, etiquette, rules of the road, and yeah, a little bit of geography, too. With that said, I've brought two wonderful examples of that philosophy. These two drivers get it. They take care of our children, not just in safe transportation to and from school, but they are part of their education. And I'm very proud to have them on my team. Davin Tulak and Kathy Nevling.
Davin is a first-year bus driver for Council Rock. Kathy is a 20-plus year bus driver for Council Rock. And to set the stage for the first email, I'd like to point out the event I'm going to describe, or is described in the email, took place a little over a year ago. It was in early December. And the bus driver, Kathy Nevling, had just dropped off her children from a private school over in Ivyland and was rushing back to get to Newtown, to park her bus, go home, probably have a nice meal, relax, and do what everybody does at the end of a long day. And at that point, I'll let the email from Jill Kingston do the rest of the speaking. I need to take a minute today and reach out and thank the staff at First Student for their assistance yesterday afternoon. The driver of Van 15 found a Churchville third grade student wandering the neighborhood around 4:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon. The student was in tears as his home was dark and locked. The babysitter he was expecting to see was not there. The driver stopped and picked up this student, not one of hers, contacted her dispatcher, and they tried to call the mother. And when they did not get any response, they spent another half hour of trouble solving the situation. I was contacted, but my assistant really was not needed, as they had already managed to solve the problem and get the student to a neighbor's home where he was able to stay and play with a classmate until his parents could pick him up. This was clearly a dangerous and scary moment for this child, and I'm so grateful that the bus driver did not hesitate to get involved. The First Student staff clearly went above and beyond. Please express my appreciation, Jill Kingston, and that is Kathy Nevling. The second email was more recent, and it says, and I quote, "Hi, Jack. Frank Murphy here. I teach 6th grade at the Holland Elementary School, so I completely recognize how difficult it is to drive a busload of children to and from school. I have never done it, but I have taught for 22 years, and I can imagine it's like putting my classroom on wheels, multiplying the amount of kids by 3, and then shrinking down the size of the classroom. Plus, the kids are way more amped up. Then there's the safety issue. It's really one of those most critical times of the day, transporting this many kids to and from safely. So again, with all this, I get it. It's really difficult. And then I watch the bus driver on bus number 54 at our school in the afternoon. His name is Davin. This guy completely gets it. I watch him and how he greets the kids, from smiling to high fives to his whole temperament. As they step on, I watch him interact with each kid in different ways. And then I see the kids being excited to get on, and excited and comfy and behaving appropriately on the bus. The bus is not chaotic. Instead, it is stirring with positivity. The kids respect him and like him. He gives it right back to them. So as difficult as it all is, it's really not difficult after all. And Davin gets it. The guy is a winner. Davin Cullen. I have mentioned this before, but I follow an organization called the Starfish Foundation, which is based on the story that goes something like this. Down at the seashore, when dawn was breaking, an old man noticed a young boy picking up starfish that had washed up ashore during the high tide at night, and he's throwing them back into the ocean. After watching for a while, the old man asked the boy what he was doing, and the young boy replied, he was saving the starfish because they would certainly die when the sun rose up. And the old man said to him, but you can't save all of those, there are thousands of them. And the boy picked up a starfish, tossed it back into the ocean, and said, made a difference to that one. And so I'd like to present to both these drivers a gold starfish pin in recognition of making something different, making a difference. Thank you.
Jack?
Yes.
You know, you speak about that. There are a lot of things that happen, and it's great to recognize, too. This year, this district, in the past year or two, this district spent, what, $1 million on improving security. But the most important part of our security is really people's awareness. This past week, one of our drivers noticed a vehicle in an area. Is this not right? This was reported in the paper. Noticed a vehicle in the area. They became suspicious about it. They did what a good observer does. They noted the license plate, the make, the model. They reported it to the police department. All of the buses, this is a change from 15 years ago, all of the buses now have radios.
Correct.
And they all can communicate back to dispatch, who can communicate immediately to the police department. So you're going to see that that was in the police then increased their patrols in that area because they were looking for that car. Ultimately, it turned out to be contractors. They were appropriate, they were found, they were stopped, they were interviewed, and it was a real, they were legitimate and it was appropriate, they were where they were. But the whole point in the story is, we have what, 137, 145 buses now?
Correct.
These are the people who are out there watching and seeing what's going on. So it's a two-way thing, which is, they're watching the children, they're watching the community, and they do talk back. The second thing about it is, and this happens every year, and we often stress that we didn't do it this year, which is, passing a school bus with a stoplight extended in the state of Pennsylvania is 5 points immediately on your license. Okay, it's almost an immediate tax insurance surcharge. If you observe, if you're stopped and you watch someone come past, make a note of it, because the driver, as the fellow said of Denton, they're busy with what's on the bus. They're going to try and catch that number in their rearview mirror. If you see someone pass a bus, please call it in. The police are glad to write the ticket, and we're glad to support them doing it. Because it really, we've talked before about the security is not one person doing the right thing, it's everybody doing the right thing. So congratulations to the driver who is unnamed, but who thought to call it in and observe. So I appreciate it.
I thank you. Jerry, just to follow up on that, if anybody is listening, the police,
I hope someone's
the police need a description of the driver. They need the make and model of the car plus the license plate. So it's very difficult for a bus driver who's handling the kids and stop to be able to give all that information. If you are sitting there in the traffic line behind the bus or in front of the bus, and you can jot that information down and give it to our office, we can maybe follow it up a little more. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming out this evening. Just one final note. I will. Just a final comment. I want to end by recognizing the passing of two students last week from Council Rock, Harley Rubach, a 9th grade student at Council Rock South, and Gordon Sawaya, a 10th grade student at Council Rock High School North. I ask that we as the Council Rock community keep the families of Gordon and Harley in your thoughts and prayers this week.
Drew.
That was, we talked about that a couple weeks ago.
Did we?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. We're going to move on to public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board. We would ask that you limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please consider the fact that there may be young children in the audience or watching this broadcast live on CRTV. It is our goal to maintain a respectful environment so that members of our community have an equal opportunity to address the board without interruption. While the board welcomes your ideas and will consider them in deliberating an issue, we may not respond to your comments or questions. Unfortunately, our counter for time is not working on our computer. So I will try if you go over 3 minutes, I'm just going to try to let you know to please wrap it up respectfully, in that we have a lot of people in the audience who may want to speak to us tonight. So I'm going to start with I only have one name on the sign-in sheet, Mr. Richey.
Good evening, John Richey, Wrightstown Township. I know there's been a lot of discussion, both from this spot as well as among the board members for several meetings. A lot of the citizens and residents of the area have gotten together to come up with plans for what to do as far as the school, what the proper size is, how many schools we need, whether to redistrict, etc. I am here to both remind the board that this is an old issue that should have been dealt with many years ago. Taxpayers have been asked several times to pay for studies over and over and over again without action being taken based on the information that came out in those studies. We knew in 2007 with the first study that population was going down in the elementary schools, and yet no discussion was occurring between 2007 and 2 years ago about what to do about it. And all of a sudden we needed new studies, we needed new committees, and so on and so forth. It's time to make a decision. You make a point that there may be children watching. You make a point that education doesn't only happen in the classroom. We just heard it happens on school buses. You're sending a message to the children of Council Rock in how you govern. If you keep putting off decisions, you're telling the young children of this district that they don't have to make tough decisions, that they can keep putting off information, processing, analysis, evaluation, and finally saying what's the right thing, and let's do it. It's time to make the decision. We don't need all the schools that were built. We have fewer students than we did at the turn of the century. We don't need all this space. And in the interim, not only do we have more schools than we did in the late 1990s, but you've asked taxpayers to pay for expanding schools and adding space. We need to start right-sizing this district, because if we don't start looking at our buildings and saying, do we need as many as we do? Your other choice is going to be what programs get cut. And is that the choice you really want these people to have? Yeah, you can have all the buildings you want, but maybe no art, maybe no music. Let's cut computers out. Is that the choice you want to face? It's time to do it. Please Vote on it now. Vote on a plan. If you can't close a school this year, that's fine, but vote to close it. Thank you.
Jenny Schottmiller from Wrightstown. There are two motions that are before the board that I wanted to talk about tonight. The first is that the motion regarding redistricting and/or school consolidation for the 2016 school year. Before I say that, I want to say I really admire and appreciate all of your dedication to this district and to the students in this district. I've seen by watching this process how much time you all spent, and that often it is a thankless job. People come out to complain, and when things are going well, they stay away. And I just wanted to say thank you. I noticed also we don't seem to do a lot of redistricting in Council Rock. Since I couldn't see anything on what we've done in the past, I looked to see, well, what do other school districts do? And I have a handout I think Jerry already sent around, Mr. Grupp already sent around, the stapled thing that says redistricting on the top. So I looked at school districts all across the country, read their literature or their websites about redistricting, and 8 schools really stood out in terms of what they do in their practices and policies. 3 value-added features were seen in these 8 school districts. One was a defined process and a timeline that involves all stakeholders and decisions made prior to the start of kindergarten registration. The benefit of that is that people know when and how they can get involved, and that there is a clear point at which a decision is made, as well as that decisions are early enough for transitions to occur. Kindergartens know at registration. My kid, two of my children, because of coming from the IU, registered in February with early registration. They know when they register for kindergarten where they will be attending school, as well as it gives times for students to prepare, say goodbye to teachers if they're going to be redistricted. The second common theme was define goals and guiding principles. The benefit of that is that the Board of Education Administration appear to be working off shared objectives. Also, 2 of the schools had a process to evaluate school capacity and efficiency on an annual basis. If you look at the examples that I provided so you can see what school districts are doing, their processes start as early as May or June, and some of them start as late as October or November, but they all finish by December or January, and they all cite the need to plan for a transition, have kindergartens know where they're going to go when they register, and a time to notify families as the reasons for finishing by January. They all list different ways of involving community, but they all involve the community. The common principles and goals are often board policies, which are intended to inform future decisions, so capacity can be evaluated against the guidelines set by the board. And the 2 schools that looked at this annually, one does an annual feasibility study so that in June, parents and students know whether their school is slated to be looked at all for redistricting or whether they're in the clear. And another school district has 2 processes, one which in the spring evaluates a capacity model so everyone is on the same page in terms of what the capacity is, and in October they compare enrollment to capacity to determine if they need to do redistricting. So I thought some of that information might be valuable. I have one final point regarding the motion to remove trailers from Wrightstown. It's very different to remove modulars from a school that only needs to shuffle rooms around than to remove modulars from a school that requires moving students somewhere else. The gravity and impact of removing the modulars from Wrightstown and possibly moving Wrightstown students and Newtown students is not reflected in these motions. If we don't leave tonight knowing which students are affected and when that will happen, we at least need a date soon so we know when the waiting will end and when the transition will begin. Thank you.
Nancy Carroll, Newtown Borough. I should be doing cartwheels tonight because I think you're going to vote to take all the trailers off. And I made that as my New Year's resolution, that I would keep talking about taking all the trailers off until you finally did it. But my mood is tempered somewhat by the process that we just went through since September. We couldn't even agree how many full-size classrooms were in one school. At the South enrollment, South presentation, the administration said there were 29 full-size classrooms at Salt Finestone, when there's clearly 36. Over and over again, either people at the mic or people from the administration could not define a simple thing like how many full-size classrooms we have in a school, even though we have a schematic where you can count them. The process needs work. These motions are talking about processes that are undefined, and you need to define them and say how you're going forward, or they're not going to be deliverable. They're not going to happen. And for that, I'm sad. I'm also sad because our cost per student is so high. We've already given up a lot of stuff. We've made choices to limit ninth grade sports. We've eliminated education computer specialists. We've eliminated some after-school busing. The capital planning improvement booklet went from $132 million to $171 million while we're deliberating what we're going to do. You did not meet the charge to address how to effectively and efficiently use our buildings. We're still in the LSAC lease for another year. I am very happy, though, that you will address the facilities for all the middle school students. I'm hoping and urge you to vote for renovations for both Holland and Newtown Middle. Those that age children really need updated buildings. And I'm not capable of doing cartwheels anymore, but if you do vote to take off those trailers, I'll be up here congratulating you at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, Ed Farling, Holland, PA. So far, the question of what to do with Wrightstown has focused on the single item of the estimated annual operational savings of about $600,000 a year, and whether that would justify a $10 million or larger capital expenditure to make room for those students in another building. Completely left out in all of this is the capital requirement for that building. The district's latest requirement, just referenced by the last speaker, shows a $7.4 million need at Wrightstown, and that's across the entire physical plan of that building. These requirements, if avoided by closing the school, may not be savings in year one, but it'll be pretty close, I think, because a lot of them are very high number projects. But if we look at those requirements as available savings, they are just as real and far more significant than the projected operational budget savings. Together with the $12.4 million requirement at Rolling Hills and the $22.3 million requirement at Richboro Middle, all of these, by the way, several million higher than the 2012 report that the Planning Committee looked at, would be a very big piece of the investment needed to make room for children affected by the school closures or whatever else the district might be able to do with an extra $42 million. Thank you.
Good evening. Long time. Lee Shepard, Wrightstown. Before I get started, I just want to give a general comment that I don't see anybody in this entire discussion that doesn't care deeply about children, doesn't care deeply about schools, and doesn't care deeply and doesn't, and there's nobody that actually wants to close a school. I think all that has to be removed. And some of the disrespect seen on Facebook needs to be removed, as these are good people. I disagree with them, but they're good people, and they're here serving us. I've been on a little, and some of you probably have seen me, a little aware tour since you decided to not put out that letter that I requested to every taxpayer to make them aware somehow of what you were planning on doing with their taxes. I have talked to townships, several of them. I've gone to people's houses. I've actually met with political groups. And I can tell you, and I'm not going to talk for a community as that is wrong, but I can tell you from my conversations there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of misinformation. But the one thing that I get common across the 5 townships, I know one's a borough, is we are a community of small government. From Wrightstown to the people past and present at Newtown to the stewards at Northampton, everybody works for small government, low taxes. So in talking to people, to hear that tax increases are on the table, I think that's kind of been taken off the table, and that's the real start of what happened here. That's where this all started, with a discussion about pensions. I don't know when that was, whether it was 12 or 13, but I was at the meeting, as several people here were. So what is government? Government is not a teamwork where you get together and you plan things and you scheme things and you work as a team. I'm against that as far as partisan goes. I'm against it as far as in governing there being teams. Governing is not a business. You are not here to be a business and to serve it for the greater will of the people. What governing is serving the people. And as we heard yesterday, if anybody was watching, serving the people means not only serving the 51% that got you the election, but also serving the 49% that opposed you. But most importantly, what the man said, and the man is our president, is it also serves the 60% of people who didn't bother to vote. That is government. That's the responsibility of representation that I hold so dear and I talk so often over the years. So what I wanted to do to conclude my little comment was, what would be my solution? What am I suggesting? I'm up here complaining. What am I talking about? What I would ask you to do is delay this vote tonight. I know that's like, oh, we can't delay it. But I think you should delay it. And I think you should do what I've been doing and reach out, not into your communities that are your comfort zone, but go into those zones that aren't so comfortable. As being Lee Shepherd in this community, me being up in Upper Makefield is not a comfort zone. They're not, quote unquote, my people. But we've had wonderful discussions up there. Northampton people that I've been talking to, wonderful discussions. I think you need to go out and not just talk to them, but listen to them and ask them, how does this balance? As taxpayers, what are you willing to do? What are you willing to pay? What I see it, as you all read in my editorial, is I see a lot of what you're doing is doing nothing. And I think we need to do something for the taxpayers. I thank you for your service. I thank you for listening to me. Have a good night.
Anyone else like to speak?
Hi, Amy McIntyre, Newtown, on behalf of Wrightstown Elementary. I want to, thank everyone who's been a part of this process, the board, the committees, and the community that's come out to most of these meetings since June. And I kind of want to quote a board member in that I believe we can have it all too. I believe we can serve our taxpayers and our taxpayer dollars well. I believe our students can excel and our communities can remain intact, and that we can become a district that is comfortable with redistricting and does it often. I believe we can do all of these things, but I do believe that
we're not there yet. And I have a sense that most people are probably a little bit, I don't know if disappointed is the right word, but this is a little anticlimactic, I think, for a lot of people. I think several board members probably feel that way, and lots of people from the committees. And you know, I'm very happy to see that Wrightstown isn't up for closure in this vote tonight, at least not that there's a motion out for. But I have several concerns. I have a real concern that there's a motion to remove all modulars, but there's absolutely no mention of the fact that that would require a Wrightstown grade reconfiguration. And there's no identification as to a timeline or when that would be decided. And that's really going to be critical. And for that to go well, if there is in fact going to be a transition, we need to be working on that. And there's going to have to be a lot of community members and PTOs and extracurricular instruction and special instruction. It's going to be a really coordinated effort to make sure that that goes well. So I want to make sure that that's identified and that time is given and that visibility is given to make that go well. I'm a little bit disappointed also that the motions call upon administration largely to lead what happens. I think that the board is a very knowledgeable board, and I think that y'all could also lead us and make suggestions and have some ideas as well. I'm concerned about the timeline. When we're looking at the trailers, we're giving the district a year to fine-tune the plan to remove the 2 modulars that will remain at each elementary school that are storing stuff. And we're giving a lot less time to figure out how to address the trailers that are storing people. So that's really concerning. It doesn't make me feel like it's going to go well when we're doing that. If children will be graduating from Wrightstown 2 years early, just so that we can say we removed all modular classrooms in this district, the transition needs to be very well thought out. Another concern is that administration is being called upon to implement several non-existent plans. What are the plans? So they're going to be implementing plans, but we don't know what's in the plans. How can that happen? There should be motions to create plans before there are motions to implement plans. The cost of the 2 middle school projects is not mentioned in any of these motions. I heard at the last facilities meeting that it's gone up about $30 million to about $140 million. I don't know if that's accurate. It wasn't written anywhere. There's no mention of the necessary tax increases that have been floated around to fund those. So I feel that these motions are not at all specific so that the community can truly understand what is at stake. And here's the thing that I'm most concerned about. I really believe that we do need to redistrict and that we need to do it often. The capacity is really wacky. We've got schools that are overcrowded and we've got schools that have lots of capacity or available classrooms anyway. The amount of capacity is the big question mark. I'm concerned that a very brand new superintendent will be asked basically as they're settling into their office to create a plan and present it a couple of months later to a board which will likely have at least a couple of new members on it in the midst of contract negotiations. Oh, and with their director of elementary education also new. And I'm sure. So I want it to go well. I want everyone to be happy. I want us to have a process in this district for redistricting where parents can reluctantly get on board and be a part of the process and say, okay, my kids are going to be redistricted next year, but I get it. I get why, and now I'm going to be a part of the process to make sure that it goes well. And so if a plan is forced for next year with a lot of brand new people who might be brand new to this district altogether, it might not go so well. And then people aren't going to want to do it again in 2 years if we need to because it didn't go well. I want it to go really well So I don't know if that timeline is a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Marilyn Scarpa, Newtown Township. On another note, not what I was planning to say, but I just wanted to mention that one of the speakers from Student Advisory earlier mentioned No Place for Hate, and that was one of the programs that the Council Rock Education Foundation funded. So I just want to let everybody know that we're doing great things, and we ask for your support to keep us, enabling us to continue to do great things for our students and our community. What I wanted to talk about tonight was, first, I'm thrilled that we're going to be moving forward, I hope. I mean, you know, don't count your chickens until you get to 5. But if we do move forward, and I do agree that the middle schools should be first, and that is what the committee that I was on that did recommendation 1 had suggested. But while you're doing that, I would ask that the administration plan that we better size appropriately the middle schools so that they flow better into the high schools. North being the larger school should have more students. It might require some students going across the creek, but we are one Council Rock. Holland Middle does need a renovation, but I do not believe that it needs an addition because that should remain the smaller school and South is the smaller school. And in our plan in recommendation 1, we did account for that, and with the addition of, with our plan, that the kids never, like the kids went straight through from K to 12. That was kind of by accident, but actually it's a good thing. So I hope that you keep that in mind when you make the plans going forward for both the middle schools. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. We have capital planning discussion. Is there any discussion that this board wants to have prior to beginning to make the motions? Okay, so we can have our discussion as we go through it. I'm going to break the motions up, even though they're all under number 1, and there are 9 of them. So everybody on the board is going to be asked to make one. A couple people will group a couple of them. So although there is a space, if Mr. Block could start with the first 2 grayed out areas, I'd ask him to make that motion.
I move to approve the following series of motions. Those that pass will serve as the basis for a long-term plan of no less than 5 years to be reviewed annually and adjusted as needed. The plan includes timing of construction, renovations, closing of facilities, repurposing or sale of buildings, programmatic considerations, as well as financial information. Council Rock administration will be directed to prepare documents outlining the required timetables and financials for the plan, as well as the following no later than December 4th, 2014. This information will be presented to the board annually. First meeting in November. The document shall be called the CRHS-North 5-year plan. Within that plan, capital plan investments in the buildings calendared over 5 years with cost, revenue and appropriation forecast with some items pulled out, including fees and debt service line items, fund balance forecast, tax assumptions, teacher and staff headcount assumptions, class size by grade and capacity by building in consideration of efficiency.
Can I have a second? Mr. Biley, thank you.
I have a question.
Discussion, sure.
Did you say December 1st or December 4th?
So the motion said that the 1st, but the 4th is our first board meeting. So we changed that. Thank you for pointing that out. Other comments?
And so those are to be prepared by December 1st of this year?
Yes.
Are you going through each, are we voting as a block on these
No.
motions?
No,
or
each.
Individually.
Because it's a little confusing how it reads. I move to approve the following series of motions.
So
But
this is just this section for a 5-year plan. But it'll be
I don't
made.
think that's what it says.
It isn't.
Okay, well, it was reviewed by our solicitor, so we can ask him.
I interpret the motion to be just the topics that Mr. Block just ticked off underneath the motion.
Well, I don't, so I won't vote on it that way. So I would suggest, you can get 5. What I would suggest and I think I did suggest, but wasn't taken, was this motion goes at the end of all of our other motions as a summary that says, regarding the previous motions, these are the actions summarized that are to come from them. Because making it this way, you're approving the series of motions thereafter. So if this were tabled and brought back at the end of it, you can do that the same thing. But this is speaking about motions we haven't made yet.
Is this?
But it says those that pass.
Yeah, I don't.
Is the opening sentence, I move to approve the following series of motions, referring to the motions that appear on the next page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yes.
6,
Well, contained in
7,
number 1.
8 motions on the next.
That are each going to be handled individually, yes.
All right.
What if I change it to say I move to consider?
Then here's the thing. I don't even think there need not even be a motion
Right.
to consider the next
Right.
8. So I think that motion can just simply be tabled or it can be withdrawn.
Well, I have a
And-
suggestion on the wording, because there actually is something real here. It's about creating a long-term plan and a timing and a component of those plans. So, and I just want to throw out, like, if the first sentence just said, I move that CRSD will produce a long-term capital projects plan of no less than 5 years to be reviewed annually and adjusted as needed. So it's basically a minor revision to the first sentence. I can say that again if you want.
Can you say that again?
So I move that Council Rock School District will produce a long-term capital projects plan of no less than 5 years to be reviewed annually and adjusted as needed. So you can, in what I just said, you can hear where it splices in to.
So it doesn't say anything about including the concepts that are in the next 8 motions. That's the only thing it's missing.
That's right.
And the time.
You keeping track?
December.
No,
Are you able to
it goes in.
Oh, you're,
Dot, dot, dot.
you're putting it in, you're just dropping it.
Right.
Okay.
Right, but it's committing to the bullet point items, which would be needed regardless of
Well,
which motion.
let me ask the board this. Is it, if it's done at the end of the motions and that makes some members feel better, is there any concern about doing this first or last that anybody else has?
It sounds like a preamble to me.
Yeah, okay, so
All right,
it-
it sounds like a preamble, but if you want to put it at the end, that's fine too.
Well,
Because it's a summary of what we're hoping to accomplish. We're hoping to have a 5-year plan. I don't care whether it's first, if Jerry's more comfortable that it's last, I'm good with that.
Go ahead, Mrs. Brooks.
I'm good with it at the beginning or the end, but I like Bill's change
Yeah,
to
I
it.
like his change.
I just would like it to note somehow the concepts that are in the other motions that pass should be included. That's all. That's the only piece I didn't hear. Do you know what I mean? So it says just build a plan. It doesn't allow for we give further direction in some of the other motions if they pass.
And the reason I would argue that's okay is because the other motions will do that. And the reality, getting to some of the concerns in public comment, is that when we get into the details of how much do the middle schools cost, how
Right.
big are they, all that stuff is going to
Yes,
be
come back.
part of the plan.
Okay.
Well,
Then I, based on what I'm hearing, then I like the idea of having that motion at the end with Dr. Foster's language. So frame it the way he suggests, I think makes sense, and then have it at the end.
The issue I have with this motion is, you know, and we heard someone speak tonight about it. He said, you know, his position is, you guys did a bunch of studies over a bunch of different years, and you didn't do anything with them. And all this does is it says to the administration, make a plan. It doesn't say anything of what the board is going to do with the plan when it's delivered. So I think it's a little premature, because one of the things we need to decide is, are we making any motions in ours? And there weren't, and there will be by the time we're done, because there'll be some additional motions made. We didn't make any motions around parameters. Are there any parameters here in the motions that say when the administration will come back with something that will accomplish X and Y? And there aren't, and I will make those motions later. But my problem is, this is just report to the board. It doesn't say the board's going to do anything, so it doesn't commit the board to do anything. Now, granted, we can't commit future boards, but it doesn't even state our intent to do anything with it. It just says create the plan. The guy in the audience will say, not unjustly, so you'll get a plan every year, you'll look at it nice, put it on a shelf, and do nothing. So I think the board needs to, so I say bring it back later, let's have a little more discussion about, now that we made up these decisions and we have these milestones that we've set for people, and these are when they have to do it, now this motion should incorporate our actions based on the milestones of the administration, later foreshadowing. The administration should come back with a plan to do redistricting or not in this time period. Well, if they come back with it, then we need to have a motion that says, and the board will consider it and take action against it. But we don't have that.
Motion to table?
Sure.
And put it
I'll
at
make
the
that
end?
motion.
I'll
So
second
here
the
the
motion
board
to
wants-
table.
So, and we'll adjust the wording when we get back to it at the end. Okay. All right, moving on. Mr. Grupp?
No, this one, yeah. Anybody votes against this, we're done. I move to
Thank you,
continue
Mr. Grubb.
maintenance of our buildings. The routine maintenance will be presented annually for approval and will not be forecasted in the, well, that's not, maybe they will object, will not be forecasted in the 5-year plan.
The routine maintenance comes to us as spring projects outside of the 5-year plan, capital planning. That was the idea here. Can I have a second before we discuss it?
Second.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. Every year, we run our budget. And in the past couple of years, we found that we have funds that are in excess of what we needed. And there's a game here that's not a game, but there's a process where it moves from this budget to that budget. And I would like to say that, you know what? If we're doing the routine maintenance, it really isn't a capital thing, and that's what you've just explained to me, that it wasn't a capital investment. We're really doing it as an expense. It's an operating expense. The routine maintenance of buildings is an operating expense. It's not a capital expense. Changing the roof, it's really not a capital expense when we do it as a routine maintenance. So I would like to amend the motion, and I'm willing to have anybody help who can craft it, thinking it through, which is, Bob, at the end of the year, when we have, sorry to grab you and have no microphone in front of you yet, when we have money that is in excess of what we spend, we tend to move that to another fund. Where does that money go? Because there's something that once it gets over 5%, we move it somewhere.
Yes, we move that into the capital reserve fund.
So my point was, I would like, and then we get into a discussion about what's our fund balance, when actually we're taking the money out of what would have been fund balance to pay for these. It's
So
awkward.
I have a suggestion. Why don't you just delete "and will not be forecasted in the 5-year plan"? Just delete that.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is that I'm trying to move that we will begin to consider routine maintenance as an expense item, which will be accounted for in the budget, rather than a capital budget and a capital plan. Bob, have you had any thought about this before? Have you ever given consideration to this?
What I would believe that we would do is currently we do not include in our annual budget any projection of moving money into the capital reserve fund as like a transfer or something like that. That comes after the year that we're voting on that later tonight. What I would suggest if we want to do that as a plan and say we really want that to happen is we would add that line item into the budget, $3 million, whatever you would do, and that would be the last type of transfer we would make in the year. Should there be resources available to move that over there, we would do that at the very end. But it would not be something that people would think that we're not planning for, because it's important that we have that, or we have to use bond proceeds to fund these type of, I would consider them capital, but they are maintenance.
They're routine
items.
maintenance.
They are considered capital as opposed to ongoing expenditures. So what would happen is, instead of using, right now we have $2 million or $3 million use of fund balance, we wouldn't be funding that with a tax increase. We would be increasing our use of fund balance to $6 million use of fund balance, but it would then be in the budget and it would be looked upon as the board was planning to do this, as opposed to people feeling like whatever's left over, we move over there. We would be just showing that as part of the plan.
Are there any tax implications or asset depreciation based on calling it capital versus expenses?
No. What's concerning to me is if you don't put in a fund like that, you need to even out your expenditures each year. When you put it into a capital reserve fund, you can have higher expenditures in some years and lower expenditures in the other years. It's allowed to accumulate where you would, and you'd have differing ranges. Like at the end of this year, we have $1 million left, as opposed to in a future year, we may have nothing left, but need the $1 million that we had from the year before. So that would allow it to level off and not cause fluctuations, large fluctuations in your general fund.
You're saying if we were to include it as an item in our budget?
if we put it through the general fund, years that we had $5 million expenditures, and years that are $3 million, would cause our general fund budget broken down, as opposed to a flatter.
So then are you advocating against what I'm suggesting, or are you?
No, I'm advocating that if we did it, it would be as a transfer, not as if we were going to spend it in the general fund. What you're saying, I agree with, but I would use it as a transfer so we can move in the capital reserve fund.
Okay.
So that we could either accumulate it or spend more in years rather than kind of fluctuating.
This aspect of
But
it,
we
just
don't,
because
we
it
don't
becomes a
plan that
burden tonight.
ahead.
What?
We don't plan that ahead. I mean, our summer work and things are in large part determined by how the previous year ended. I mean, so we've had a few years where, you know, as far as I'm concerned,
That would be the basis
you're
for what we're
budgeting
deciding.
right on the target. The fact is that it comes, you know, a little bit over, so that there's a small amount that's left over. But you can't. That would concern me, because what if next year you're a little off in the other direction? What is the implication of that?
Every year. But, that year we would not transfer money.
Right.
Just because you have it in the budget, you wouldn't have to transfer. I'd still come back to you and say, what can we transfer? It would be just showing as a plan. I understand what Jerry's saying. I support what he's saying and how he's trying to do it. We might just disagree in the.
Okay, let me not, so I have an amendment, I talked to many, it may be more of a complex issue than we can address here tonight, but I think it's an important issue we should address. You're disagreeing?
Yeah.
I am. I think it's the time to address it.
Okay, well,
And I think that regardless of how we budget it, those maintenance items are still going to come before us for approval.
Yes.
So if we don't have the money, we don't do it.
Right.
Right. That's what we have to get used to. If we don't have the money, we don't do it.
Agreed.
And so I believe it should be in the budget.
No, you were.
Well, if it's in the budget, then you're balancing revenues, and then you're looking at potential tax increases
Those
for
would be
it.
the items you're not going to do then, or you're
So,
going to have to.
yeah, I prefer the way it is for two reasons. Number one, we do what we can afford. At the end, if he's off by a little bit and it's positive, we do what we can afford. Number one. Number two, not forecasting it 5 years out, because frankly, for the last few years, we have found a capital maintenance issue that has become a bigger priority this year that we didn't know about 5 years ago. So the point of this motion was to say, this is a series of 5-year planning. Keep doing routine maintenance the way we've doing it. If in the future you want to change that, that's fine. But it was to point out here that this 5-year plan is not for the routine maintenance as we've been doing it. That's all this motion is trying to say.
Okay.
So
The only,
I'm just saying,
I know, it sounded off to start a simple motion like screwed up. But here is my concern too, which
Thank
is you
you.
look at, that's okay, I know it. Okay, I mean, I'm okay with it either way. My only concern with the 5-year is as you start to look at a building that has something going on that you might need to start doing, that Doug's giving us the book on an annual basis, and you start to look at what's coming in 5 years. The other guy this evening spoke to the fact that, well, you got what was his number? 7.4 that has to come to Wrightstown. Some of that stuff is going to become more urgent over time, and that's going to be on a 5-year plan. And if you start to look at it, you say, well, here's the trade-off. You know what? I don't want to invest the money. I do need to do the redistricting now because I don't want to invest the $3 million to fix the roof at Wrightstown. Making it up, don't go from it. You know, if you make that decision, you need that vision over the wall, because otherwise if you're making it year to year, you won't have that vision, and you're not going to be planning it.
Well, I think we have it if you go back to the first motion and
Right.
talk about capital plan investments in the buildings. So Doug's entire book ought to be a basis for what we stage out over 5 years. So we do have that kind of thing.
So then that's contradictory to this.
no, I think what it's saying is we're not going to pave the sidewalks in Hillcrest in 2020. We're just saying the whole book as a whole is looked at and considered when doing the whole plan. But itemizing out what routine maintenance is going to be doing what year and saying for 5 years out that's what's going to happen, that piece is not happening. The book as a whole is, the little picking this, you know,
well,
switch is
But
going to
Jerry,
be done this year.
the example you gave would be a situation where something that may have been talked about previously as what we would call routine maintenance, but then it elevates itself into out of that category. So the routine, you know, for me, this is framed in routine maintenance, taking care of the house.
In the interest of moving forward, I won't mess around with the motion. The question really comes to be, you know, when you review contracts, the words routine maintenance would probably be capitalized, and we try and figure out what that means. Because if you're saying painting, If it's not a bid project, it's certainly routine maintenance, if it's under 15,000. But what point does it become not? At what point does it become investment?
And each
That's-
year, the board's gonna need to look at that. You know, I certainly never intended, at least in the first motion, I know this was mentioned, for the administration to present something the first meeting in November and the board to do nothing. I think the thought that that would even be a thought is absurd to me.
It just has to bind us to do something. We'll come back when we get to it.
But I don't even mind adding it, because to me, it was just overridingly obvious. But that being said, this is to say our practice of routine maintenance should continue as it is, not exclusive nor included in it.
Can I just suggest then that rather than use the word annually, you use the phrase from time to time as needed. I mean, the board approves routine maintenance much more than annually, right? So
Well, we do a
probably almost every meeting, you're approving some
The
form of-
annual was really referring to more of these summer projects.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I know we
That
know
was-
them
that
as
was
summer
the
projects,
intent.
but
You're
I
right.
don't want to call them.
All right.
You know, I think the understanding among the board, correct me if anybody didn't
Right.
think, that routine maintenance was meant to encompass things that are typically called summer projects
All right.
as compared to
Look at that. Mr.
fixing a
Abelson.
bubbler.
First of all, I don't see the necessity of this motion because we do vote on things as they come up. But if you want to, it seems to me routine maintenance should be a routine maintenance plan. We get that plan, it's presented to us, and then we vote on it, rather than say, right now, we move to continue the routine maintenance. Why don't we direct administration to give us the plan, they give it to us, and then we vote on it? It seems to me
That's what they do.
We already have it.
We did not know
Well,
that
let me
Welsh
finish, let
was
me
going to
finish.
need windowsills. We didn't know that, and yet it became a big summer project. You can't know what it's going to be in 5 years. So the best we can do here is that these people seem to be trying to say, we promise we're going to keep, along with capital planning, which is big, we promise to make sure to maintain all of our buildings regularly in the fashion we have been
And we need
maintaining.
a motion for that?
No, and that's exactly why there's a problem. That's why there's a problem. But I'm going to tell you, Rick,
So I think it's-
that in the 10 years before I came on this board, we had 10 years without routine maintenance. Mr. Klein can tell you that the boards before ours, yours, meaning with me, contemporaneously, we actually attempted to keep up these buildings. This is just saying, we intend, even though we're doing the big work, we intend to do the little work that's so important to keeping the buildings we're taking care of well. Now, this is just putting out there the goals. They're just trying to put out a 5-year plan, a goal. It's not a motion. I get that it's not a motion. And the whole preamble is not a motion, really. It's just a
They're both
preamble.
motions, Patty. They're both motions and they're binding to the board. So
Right, so
you
it's
can't say,
binding.
right,
It's
so you
binding
can't
that
say
we're-
they're not motions.
Right, well, it's
They both start with, I move to.
Right.
So if they're not motions, then let's take them off and let's focus on the motions.
I blew it up.
They're trying to do a
I'll be
good
o-
thing.
I'll be
My
okay with
point
this.
is, the first few words says, I move to continue the routine maintenance. What I'm saying is, let's find out what the routine maintenance is, give us the plan, and then we vote on it. That seems to me the
So
logical way.
you don't want to do it tonight, then?
Well, Doug comes to us, Mr. Taylor will come to us, he'll tell us what maintenance is needed, and we vote on it.
We always do
He
that.
did it the last facilities
Look,
meeting.
and he can
But the
take-
problem is when we're trying to put, go ahead, Mr. Amerson.
Okay, the other thing is, if you're gonna make this motion, instead of just saying our buildings, you have to make it to say CRSD facilities, because it extends beyond our buildings, the maintenance, parking lots, sidewalks, things like that. So I would limit it just to the buildings.
This was
Will you accept that change, Mr. Grupp?
buildings and grounds. Yes, who
And
seconded
the
it?
LSAC that we put air conditioners in.
This is actually an outgrowth of my attempt to maintain the safety and viability of the buildings where we have students and staff. And there I defined routine maintenance as driveways, roofs, flooring, infrastructure. So that's what this is an outgrowth
So
of.
what do you want the motion to say?
I'm good with buildings and grounds. I'll live with it as it is. It's, you
Buildings
know,
and grounds, who seconded it? Mrs. Sexton, will you accept buildings and grounds?
I have other questions.
Okay,
I I don't know, are we including the forecasted in the 5-year plan verbiage? Because I don't think that should be in there. I don't know how we have $3 million or $4 million a year of projected costs and they're not included in a financial plan, in a 5-year plan. I'm not saying we need to have that we're gonna replace the sidewalk in 2017 at this school, but financially, we have to look at the impact of the total plan, so it should be in there.
Doug currently does that. He currently has.
Understood, but this is saying
I'm
it would
agreeing
not
with you.
be forecasted.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
No.
But wait, Doug currently does that. Doug has a schedule that says, correct me if I'm wrong, when will the floors be reconditioned at this building, that building, the other building? When will the driveway be redone at this building, that building, the other building? He's got that now, which goes out 5 years.
I do.
Thank you.
Within my own book, yes.
You're right, but I mean, to me, there's a difference between capital and routine maintenance, and people have said it in different ways around the table tonight, but the reality is we've had excess revenue, if you will, in the budget, and we've been able to do summer projects with that as part of routine maintenance. If it's not there, we don't do them, so to me, this stays outside, and these aren't necessarily.
Also, the 5-year plan is not the inclusive of everything. It doesn't say in here we're going to update curriculum, but we know we are. It doesn't say, so I mean, I appreciate, let's just keep it in the context of what this philosophically was going to mean. This was an assurance that we weren't only going to focus on the broad range things that the 5-year plan included. This was in the spirit of, some people have said, but you're going to deliver a plan on such and such a date. Like as if to say, it doesn't say that we're actually going to talk about it like for months and months and months and months before that. So this was just to frame for us in the community a commitment that while the 5-year plan is going to include some really big things, that doesn't mean that we're going to stop doing our summer projects when we can afford them and would be approved every year like it's always been. So I feel like this conversation has just gotten a little grander than it needed to be, because the intent of this was just simply to say, we're approving a 5-year plan, it doesn't include everything, but because we're talking about facilities, nobody should be worried that we're going to neglect buildings that are not part of the plan, or that the facilities view will only include what's in the 5-year plan. To me, this just simply says, we are committed to looking at summer projects. That's how I read it, and it's as simple as that for me.
Agreed.
So do you agree that it should say and will not be forecasted in the 5-year plan?
Yeah, forecasted, sorry.
Yeah, because I don't think the 5-year plan in and of itself isn't going to include concrete being redone. And it is it's going to be reviewed in the realm of our budget, not necessarily the 5-year plan. It's two different things, but it's not like every single thing we're going to do falls under the umbrella of the 5-year plan.
There are two different things that work together. So without an efficient budget, an effective budget, without an effective 5-year plan, neither is going to be successful, right? You agree? So just excluding that, and look, this is the last point I'm going to make about it, but just excluding that seems silly to me.
Well, quite frankly, for me, it's semantics, because I'm going to prove it whether it says it or not. Because for me, how I'm interpreting it is we're committed to taking care of the house. That's what it is for me.
Well, that's what I was intended for. Would anybody mind, or would it get more agreement if we just remained silent on the topic of the 5-year plan and the forecast? If I just went and took out from and through the period, would everybody could we get a consensus?
I don't object to the motion, but I will say publicly, the idea of forecasting when we're going to do pavements is not my intent for that 5-year plan.
I'm trying to be silent on it so that it will go forward with no. Anybody will object to my removing and from the latter part of it? So I will move to strike from the word and through to the period. So now the conclusion is this routine maintenance will be presented annually for approval.
Could we vote now, please?
Yes. Who made the second?
Can you bring more?
Who seconded?
Mrs. Sexton seconded. You're okay with Mr.
Yep.
Grubb's change? Can you have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Bialik,
Yes.
Dr. Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Grubb,
Yes.
Mrs. McKessie?
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton?
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
Mrs. Block? Oh, Mr. Block, I'm sorry.
Beard to recall, Blind and bearded lady.
Yes.
Mr. Abramson?
Yes.
And Mrs. Brooks?
Yes.
One down.
Dr. Foster, could you take the next motion, please?
Okay. I move I move and direct the administration to begin implementation of a long-term elementary school plan that removes all students' instructional programs from all trailers in the 2015-16 school year, leaving a maximum of 2 trailers per school for storage only. The administration should present this plan to the board at the first meeting in January 2015. Additionally, the administration will present a plan to remove the remaining storage trailers by August 31st, 2016. This plan should be presented to the board at the meeting in August 2015.
Second. Can I ask, I just want to be very clear. The goal of this is to stop educating children in trailers. Okay. Because the whole notion that I think we overkill when we start talking about leaving a maximum of 2 trailers for storage only. I think the thing that's missing in this is that we are moving and directing the administration to discontinue the practice of using the trailers on the elementary schools as educational space beginning in the year 2015-16 and continuing thereafter. Because at that point, removing the trailers, as we spoke in facilities, keep looking at you, Doug, as we'd spoken facilities, getting rid of the trailers is not without cost as well. And there may be ways to do it less expensively. So I don't want to jump. My concern is get the kids in the building and get them out of the trailers. Because I don't like kids going to the trailers during class. I don't like classes in the trailers. How long they're there, I'm okay. But I'm just seeing that the, this says.
It says remove students in instructional programs
But when are the trailers?
from all the trailers.
Leaving a maximum of 2 trailers and present the plan to the board. So are we talking about, do I care that we would only leave 2 trailers? Because see, my problem is, if you have 4 trailers, you activate someone to come in and take off 2, you may create an unsafe situation as compared to leaving 4, because now they have to take off the walkways and everything else for the 2, but leave them for the other. I don't know. I just think it's over-specific.
So for me, I want it in there that we're down to only 2. They'll figure out how safely to do it. It will cost money, but so will running them to be safe. If you have to keep the electric on, you have to keep the air conditioning on.
Once they're empty, I don't care.
They'll go all moldy. They won't need it.
No, we were already said in a facilities meeting that they need to be heated, and there are costs to them even when they're storage. They don't just become like a dead space.
No,
And if you leave them, they will fill them. Empty space finds its. Anybody that's got an empty bedroom, we have 2 now.
And our
They're full.
administration said that they only needed 2, so I would rather.
The point was, because it's not exactly right, if you're going to use them for any purpose at all, or you want to preserve them at all, you have to heat and cool them. If we're looking to say, I don't know when I'm going to take them off, I don't care what they can go moldy inside. If I'm tearing them down this year or next year, if I'm tearing them down, they can be as moldy as they want to be next year. I don't have to heat or cool them.
For the next couple months, maybe we find a buyer. We were lucky. We found a little group that wanted to come from Philly and take some of our trailers.
Little group, Philadelphia Police.
Maybe there's another small group out there that has an interest in our trailers. And if we keep them just basically healthy for a little while till they're completely gone, but I want them gone, and I don't want them left there so that we can fill them up.
I don't really want them there getting moldy even if we're not using them. I don't want them around the kids.
I'm not going to live and die. I think you're being over-specific when you.
I like that it's being specific because it does. If it's not specific, then it's like, oh well, let's just keep it a little bit longer, and in a future board is going to say, okay, let's put some kids back in there. The only way for me to know what I wanted to achieve, which is to make sure that no student is educated outside the building, is to get them off, storage or otherwise. And for me, the most comfortable way to do that is to set a deadline for the removal of students and then set a deadline for the removal of the storage. So I think that's great.
I'll agree to it. I think it's going to cost the district extra money that it shouldn't, but I'll agree.
Well, I would say, I do like the idea of adding in the word beginning in that 2015-16 school year. 'Cause I hate to be nitpicky, but it could be read that it's only the 2015-16.
Not if they're gone.
May I just say that whatever goal you set for us, we will move expediently and quickly to do. However, it's not set in stone. If Doug and I come back and say, look, we can get 2 off at every building but X because there's a wiring issue, we certainly expect the board to consider that and say we'll take a month or 2. But if you ask me, we're ready to move right away on this. So just tell us what to do and when to do it, and we'll get started.
Any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Abramson.
The words "and direct," I think, are not needed in here, and I commend Amy McIntyre who picked up on this, which I had. Also, the word "implementation" is the wrong word for this motion because it's really meaning that the administration will put into effect the plan. We're just asking the administration to develop the plan, but not to put it in effect until the board approves it. So the word "implementation" must be changed.
Should be development of.
It should be developed or create, something along those lines. So I would just say, change it to say, I move the administration shall begin to develop, and then you can go on from there.
Why would you conclude the word begin?
Yeah, not begin.
Then
should
shall-
develop a
shall
plan.
develop it. Okay. The other thing I detest is the word "should" in any motion. So I think the words "should," it appears twice, should be changed to "shall."
Discussion on that?
I agree.
All right, help me keep up.
So I
Eric,
move
he's making them up there, too.
that the administration, Rick?
How about I move to direct?
I move to.
No, take
I
out the word
direct.
"direct."
I direct.
You don't
I
need
was
the word-
specifically asked to put direct in there, so the board member who
I would
asked for
just say,
that.
I move the administration shall
Shall?
To develop?
To,
shall develop.
shall develop. Go ahead.
Then go on from there,
A long,
long-term elementary school.
okay. Who made the motion?
I did.
Dr. Foster, will you accept that change?
There's another.
Do you want, do you want me to read it again?
No,
There's
we're
a,
not
there's,
done.
it's not done. Do you
It's
want
not
to wait?
done yet.
Yeah, shall. You got a shall down at the bottom.
Where's the shall? Second
I
line.
have my own
second.
version.
Second.
Two of them, there you go, right below you. There you go. And then,
2 lines down, straight below.
straight down. Good point.
Is that right?
Just drop down 2 lines.
There you go, right there too.
Okay. Do you want to read it, Dr. Foster?
Wait, was it beginning? Do we have beginning?
Well, he'll correct it as he reads it.
All trailers beginning in the 2015. I don't know. No, yes?
Okay. Dr. Foster, you want to read it?
Mr. Cox, do I need to read it, or can I say I move?
You can amend your motion as set forth on the screen.
I amend my motion as set forth in the screen.
Can I have
Can
a
I
sec?
ask one change? I'm sorry. There is a change. Sorry, guys. Beginning, in the 2000, can we just say that that's really, that they'll be gone beginning August 1st, 2015?
We can't guarantee that.
August 30th? You're saying the school year. What's the school year? So you're saying sometime in the middle of the year you could take them off?
We just don't know between bids and how that all works, but yes, we will
It's a
endeavor to
plan
do
that you'll come back
sure.
with us.
Give us that
You're
timeline,
removing
Doug
all
and I will
students in the
work
instructional
with you.
program from trailers.
Yes.
Well,
You will not have kids in trailers for the beginning of the 15-16 school year. When they removed from the property is a little bit outside of our control until we bid.
This
and
doesn't say
receive
removed from the
other
property.
And if you have a willing buyer, they may not be able to pick up a trailer October, November.
It says leaving a maximum of 2, Chair. Leaving a maximum of 2 trailers per school for storage.
It doesn't, but the first line says, it doesn't say anything about,
It just says remove the students and instructional programs. It doesn't
From the
talk about
trailer.
the trailers themselves.
I understand, that's why I said
But it
it.
does read in the 2015-16 school year,
That
which
gives
could,
us some
which could,
No, but you're talking about two
Which
different
could
things.
mean January 2016.
So you're talking about taking off trailers, you're talking about taking kids out of schools. So just so we can get this forward, get these
Out of
darn kids
trailers.
off, put begin in there, so we know the kids are coming out. You get them off as soon as you can.
Yeah,
after that.
this motion talks about,
No later than
Well-
the first day of school 2015.
that's fine.
16.
Well, I think that's implicit when you say the 15-16 school year. I think the issue is that the students are out of it in the 15-16 school year, but we have not yet determined when the trailers themselves can come off the property.
That's my point, so if it helps them get over that by putting beginning in, let's do it and go.
No, listen, the issue is that really, the way it's written right now, that could mean they're removing these students from the trailers in January 2016. I don't think that's the intent of the board.
Okay, so
So let's be specific.
I'm gonna ask Dr. Foster to actually read it so that everybody can listen to it again. If
Okay.
you don't mind, thank you.
Luckily, I have my glasses. I move, so what do I do with my old motion?
You're
You can amend
amending
my
your old
to read
motion.
this way.
Move to amend your motion to read as follows.
Okay, I move to amend my motion to read as follows. I move the administration shall develop a long-term elementary school plan that removes all students' instructional programs from all trailers at the start of the 2015-16 school year, leaving a maximum of 2 trailers per school for storage only. The administration shall present this plan to the board at the first meeting in January 2015. Additionally, the administration will present a plan to remove the remaining storage trailers by August 31st, 2016. This plan shall be presented to the board at the meeting in August 2015.
Okay, can I just ask a question to address the public comment?
Sure.
So,
It needs a
if-
second, that needs
oh.
a second.
Wait, who seconded the
Seconded
original?
originally.
Who seconded the original?
I had the first one.
Well, yeah.
no,
Which one are we talking about? This one?
yeah.
Dr.
No.
Foster and then Mr. Grubb.
Mr.
Okay,
Grubb.
Keep going. Good.
Okay.
I'll accept
He
So-
grabs the second.
By saying that the administration will present this plan at the first meeting in January, just to answer the public comments, that means at that time, we will also make a decision on how, what's gonna happen at Wrightstown relative to those students,
Right,
correct?
we would have discussion, we would
That is.
potentially approve what they've proposed or modify what they've proposed and move from there.
But to address the
Yeah.
answer of allowing for transition, understanding what's going on, we expect that that will happen the first week of January.
And just so
That's in
I'm,
conjunction with the next motion, is that
right, right, and that plan is going to, of
I'm sorry,
necessity,
and
require.
Mr. Klein, you just said what?
I said perhaps faster. If we can begin to model that, we might try it, we might ask you to bring it sooner, but where you're setting that as a deadline.
And that plan to remove trailers, of necessity, will include redistricting, and a component of redistricting.
It will involve, yes, the
Okay.
students, yes.
Okay, can we take a vote? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Block,
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Abramson,
Yes.
Mrs. Brooks,
Yes.
Mr. Bialik,
Yes.
Dr. Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Grubb,
Yes.
Mrs. McKessie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas.
Yes.
Can I recommend that before the next motion is moved, we wordsmith it?
Oh,
Then-
why
Can we
not?
do that?
Why
Then-
not?
Then move it,
So I only
wordsmith it, then move it.
wordsmithed it for 2 days last
No.
week, but that's okay.
Amendment free.
Do we need a motion to do that?
No.
Yeah,
Let's-
okay, so let's wordsmith it.
I have a question for you.
Matt, do you
Well,
have it
it's
up?
He's already moving ahead.
You have a question about wordsmithing?
No, I have a question, I have a question about this motion.
Well, that's discussion on the motion.
We can have discussion before.
Yeah, the board can discuss this motion
Okay.
in advance.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Grubb.
Here's my dilemma. We just gave the administration direction to do something which is going to require redistricting. And then we give them direction to develop a plan to look at redistricting. Why, the next year, why would we not ask them to develop the plan? I don't think anything is of
Because
consequence.
Because the broad redistricting plan
I was not
cannot,
done yet.
I apologize.
I don't see that any grand change is going to happen between once they redistrict the first year and the second. They're not going to change the capacities of the building. the children will be there. If the notion is that we should plan on redistricting every year, true. But do we think that they're going to redistrict to get the children out of the trailers and then a year later come to redistrict again? Why wouldn't we do it all at once? I understand the notion that maybe something will change or maybe we'll have a larger plan, but this is specifically elementary school. Do it all at one time.
I'll let Mrs. Brooks talk. Can I say one thing and then I'll turn over to you? So this was to try to move things further along long-term and look at things every year. So but by November of 15, we have enrollment for next year. We have good no potentially done. And perhaps there is space to close a building or move students. So it was allow us to start looking at that every year in November, make some decisions that get implemented in the January timeframe so the community knows for the following school year.
Well, and the difference is that the redistricting proposed for next year is a function of taking off trailers.
Right.
What the difference between the circumstances now and then is that we will look at efficiencies. Because there is not agreement on this board about what the capacities of the buildings are. So we cannot begin a whole-scale look at the district of what redistricting would look like until we can come to some agreement on what the capacities are, which I think will be achieved through an efficiency study. And so to suggest delaying the removal of trailers until we come to that, we may not do redistricting for 5 years. I don't know what the efficiency study is going to show, but to me, they're mutually exclusive.
For me, doing it, if you're going to redistrict for the first one, redistrict, the change to the second one then should be that each year thereafter, the administration, and actually the presentation today was kind of interesting, the person who gave us what other districts do, they look at it annually, that each year thereafter, the district, the administration is to develop a redistricting plan, you know, or to evaluate the need or potential for redistricting, and then incorporate, there were certain measures I had proposed before that aren't reflected here, because I think it's just ludicrous to put off 2 years and say, well, redistrict in 2 years. You know, we may not agree, but there's no reason, whether we agree or not, there's no reason I can't say to the administration, the board's looking for efficiencies. That we can't agree, still come up with the plan that you do for next year for taking off the trailers. That's to be efficient, and every year thereafter we want efficiencies.
I think that's what the motion says, though.
I think that as I had heard Mr. Klein present, his initial constraint was getting the children out of the trailers, which might involve a change around Wrightstown being K-4 rather than K-6, and the movement of those children who aren't geographically tied to a school, such as a special program. They might move. Beyond that, he's not looking at sending areas. And I'm saying, look at sending areas. Look at that now, do that as part of the same process. Because right now, Holland has this bucket and that bucket, and the Hillcrest people govern the middle. So the sending areas now are ancestral and archaic.
The problem for me is, I agree with you. There are certain schools, we can all agree that Holland Elementary is underpopulated. But I can tell you that I believe that there are certain schools, other schools, that are underpopulated that I don't think this board will agree with. And so an efficiency study needs to be done, and what this is directing is that every year we will look at our enrollment after October.
Doesn't say every year.
It doesn't, and I agree with that. And so if we just were clear about that.
Okay,
I didn't get that when I read this motion, so I'm glad that.
And maybe we should change some of the other language to reflect, like the last one. So I move the administration shall develop a plan.
He's already made that change.
Okay.
So,
In this motion?
Yes, it's written.
Okay. Well, you're faster than me. So you want to add,
well, you can simply just begin.
Well, actually, all you have to do is
in the 2016-17 school year and each subsequent year. And then you'd have to also change, this plan shall be delivered to the school board at the first school board meeting in November of the previous year.
Or every year.
Of each successive year. Yeah.
So I'd like to comment on that.
before they can make it? Well,
Yeah, before you want to make that first change, but I have a comment on the November date.
okay,
Hold
so,
that for a second.
so let's let him get the change.
I don't, of each
Of each
Successive year.
November. Just gonna say each November should be presented in.
November of the previous year, I think it's clear.
Well, the next year.
Why couldn't you do no long-term plan with annual review? I mean,
Well, we wanted that, we want a date
Beginning in
when
the
the administration's gonna bring that to
16-17
the
school
board.
year. And, because right here, and each,
Each successive year.
each successive year.
It's just sequential, each next, every year. And every year thereafter, I don't
And
care what you say.
include consideration of school building efficiency. This plan shall be delivered to the school board at the first school board meeting in November of each year. Can we just say that? Does that work?
I've got a comment on the month.
Okay, well, we can do that then. This plan shall take into, okay. All right, now, Mr. Block.
So I agree completely with everything that Denise has said, and most of what Jerry has said. The thing that I disagree a little bit with is around efficiency studies. I'm sorry.
Close to the mic.
Is that we need an efficiency study, and that's why I would suggest changing November of 2015. I would prefer that we take a look at this in the spring on an annual basis, whether it's May, whatever it is, as we go through the budget. And for me, the urgency to move now is because we're taking the trailers off. That's great. The administration, as a result of that, is going to do some redistricting, some movement, possibly some great configuration, and we're going to have principals who build plans for their schools with the trailers off. There's been a lot of debate through the committees and peak enrollment and the Schrader study where nobody, to Denise's point, has been able to get their arms around what capacity looks like. What I would like to see is how these buildings are being planning to be physically utilized with the trailers off in 15, 16, so we can then have a good conversation based on the different ways that we use space. Do we believe these buildings are at capacity? So then we can get to a decision on whether we consolidate or close any schools before we end this school year, so we can give communities lots of time to figure out how to do these things. So I agree completely with the motion. I would just suggest that we move our timetable up a little bit and our annual review up a little bit so we can address the immediate need of getting it right for 16, 17, and also ensure that what we do is kind of built into our budget process where we need it. So
The budget process, to be clear, the budget process begins in November.
I understand that. We vote in June.
Yeah, but that's because that's where the principals start trying to build and bubble it up.
And if they're able to come to us faster, if Mr. Klein, if your team.
Are you saying then the earlier, the May
I'd like to
before
see it done
November?
earlier in the year, I think November's.
April 15. My concern is it doesn't take enrollment for the next year into consideration.
I mean, so basically, you're delaying, you're basically saying that you're gonna make a prediction. It would be too late to say you're gonna close, if we look at this in April, it's too late to say we're gonna close school next year. So you're looking at the following year, and you're making a decision without any consideration of an entire school year that's gonna take place in between and the enrollment that happens there. So I like the November date because it allows us to have the October enrollment, and it's early enough in the school year to plan for the next school year.
I can appreciate where you're coming from, but giving a community less than a year to deal with the school closure, to me, feels like it's rushed. That's me.
How could it be less? How could anybody not know this is the direction we're gonna be having to look at? So everybody out there now should know that we're looking to have our buildings used efficiently. And in the process of doing that, some schools or school may close as we go along. We know that, people know that, should know that now. I'm not against moving up and beginning an efficiency study earlier. If we're gonna hire somebody to do an efficiency study, it's just like doing the Schrader study again, because we don't like Schrader.
Let's look at the buildings with the principal. Let them demonstrate how the buildings are being used.
The way this, and I took flack for it last time, the way you do it is you don't work in all the hypothetical, because you're right, there's a lot of argument. Everybody, as soon as you start making a hypothesis, you begin to diverge. And everybody has a different assessment of each hypothesis, and you come up with wildly different answers. To me, the way we do it, Mark Klein and I went back and forth on this, was you challenge it, you establish what you want the goal to be, and you filter it into the principles, and you say, this is how many students you're getting in this building, make it work and come back to me and tell me how you will make it work. And then you solve the problems where it doesn't fit. You don't sit there and say, conceptually, how many, because you know what, as people have said, it's Bohr's law. If you have the space, the number of children will fill up the space. No matter, they won't be optimized. They'll just fill up the space allotted to them. That's Bohr's law. A gas fills up the vessel allotted to it. That's unfortunately the way schools work. You challenge it and you put it under a little bit of pressure and you say to the principal, these are the children, how do you deploy them in your school? And he or she says, I can do it, but I have these things. And at that point, that's the plan that comes back to the board that says, this is the plan, these are the rough spots in it. Are you willing to accept them or not as a board? And we either say yes or no. Because otherwise, we're never going to get there. Because there's never a challenge to it. You never know how much is going to fit until you try and put more in.
So these folks have asked for closure, and I'd like to try and give that to them and get to a point where we can make a decision on whether we're closing Rolling Hills, Wrightstown, or anything by the spring.
But it's not another gosh darn study.
No, I don't think we need to.
Well, the motion doesn't call for a study or not study. It says it will consider efficiencies, but I do think we need to understand if we're in November or April. I don't want to do it without the October enrollment because I foresee making a bad decision and having to go back and change it based on additional information. I don't mind. I don't mind looking at it early, and I'm going to let Mr. Abramson talk next because he's been waiting. But that's my opinion, Mr. Abramson.
First off, any plan should be shown to the board at a facilities committee meeting in advance, and then again at the board meeting, so we can digest it. My second is, Mark, let's say it's presented to the board in November 2015, and the board takes a couple months before voting on it or tweaking it. Will that give you enough time by the beginning of the next school year to implement the plan? Or would that be too late? That won't
That's what we're
give you
doing
enough
now.
time.
The direct answer to that is that, and I follow Mr. Block's line of thinking, is that you need to give a community as much time as possible if you're going to close a school. And if you're going to mull that over for 3 months after a November presentation, I think you're running very close not only to the pragmatic guidelines but to the statutory guidelines, and that you need to hold the public hearings and move forward.
Okay, so then what would be the deadline that we should have for that to happen? So we're within the statutory guidelines, the community has enough advance notice.
Let me just speak to what the law says about closing, strictly just with respect to closing a school. It takes about 6 months to discharge all of your obligations under the school code. So you're looking at the very latest, beginning that process at the end of that year. So if you first learn of the plan in November and the idea is that you're going to wait 3 months before really getting into it, you're running out of time at that point. It takes 6 months at least, assumed, from beginning to end, in terms of your statutory obligation when closing a school.
What if we added in there that the board shall vote on this plan no later than
December 1st?
December 1st?
The first meeting in December?
First meeting in December.
See,
To
and
give
I
us
look at
a-
it, I look at it a little differently because I don't look at it as we're gonna get this information in November and then have 3 months of conversation.
Right.
The efficiency plan, however it's done, have our principals do it, bring someone, that's not even relevant. The efficiencies are gonna happen through the duration of this school year. So come November, all it's saying is, we've established what the capacities of our buildings are. On November 1st, we will have a view of what the enrollment is, from October, and we'll be able to vote then. We're not taught, the conversation about the capacities and the parameters and what the schools look like will be happening in the spring. Then in November, it's just applying the most recent enrollment before you're making a committed decision to how you're going to move forward. So to me, I still think that November is the way to go. And what's missing is the fact that the efficiencies and consideration of efficiencies isn't the starting point in November. That's what's being developed over the next 6 months.
Let me just give you a political problem in some of the dates. every 2 years, if you're going to present something at the first meeting in December, you are going to have the potential of 4 or 5
Okay, last
people.
meeting in November, change it.
Well, and okay, I'll argue that one. If you're going to present it at the last meeting in November, the problem is going to be that every 2 years, you will have potentially 4 or 5 people who are lame ducks, are not continuing in the district, and will not have any investment. Their motivations may be unique, questionable, because they're on the way out. You know, they could leave you with whatever they wanted. I just give you the caution that, you know, if you want to have it, truthfully,
Do you like April too?
no, it's got to be October, because otherwise you run into people who are.
Same people are
So
there
make
in
it
October
make it the
that they're in
2nd
November.
October.
You may run into what? You may run into challenges because the people are lame ducks, and that's happened to other districts where something's
Only
been
the first
done.
meeting.
Mr. Klein, when does the enrollment come out? Is it usually the first of the month, or is there,
You know,
is there?
October is your PD enrollment date, but September to October enrollment numbers change
change.
by
Two kids.
handful.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
make it October, the
So
first October
you'll know
meeting.
September 1, and all I would say is that by September 15th, you know for sure, because you scrub September 1 to September 15th, the kids that don't show up. But for the most part, you know by the middle of September what your enrollment looks like and the variance between the year before.
Okay, how about the first meeting of school board in October?
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay,
I think that's reasonable.
that doesn't answer
for
Mr.
us
Block,
to
so,
give you.
but if I hear a majority of people are good with October, I'm gonna leave the motion at October.
Do we want to put a deadline on the board to vote on that information? Or is it
No, because the board may choose not to vote on it. The board may go no plan.
Again, for me, I would be, I think, probably for most people on this board, unconscionable to get information, not vote on it, move forward, et cetera, and.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying.
But I
the
can't
concern was-
obligate another board. I can't force, you know what I mean? They can just vote not to do it, you know, it's
You
just.
could, or you could just say, delivered to the school board at the first school board meeting in October of each year for consideration of a vote.
Yeah. Is that better? Yeah? Okay. Did you get that, Matt? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Block.
Would you indulge me in saying no later than the meeting in October? Because I believe our community is going to want us to move faster, and I'm going to continue to push for that, although I'll support it as is.
Well, I don't think it could be any faster since you're waiting for the September 15th enrollment.
I think if we look at our buildings and see we've got 80% capacity in some buildings, we owe it to the public to make a decision faster.
Well, we can have discussions about that in the facilities meeting, but the vote would happen in the
So
fall.
that's why I'm saying no later than October.
Actually, it should be then, Denise, you're right, but it should be on the agenda. So you should actually put the plan on the agenda for the.
How do you want me to word that, Rick?
So this plan shall be on the agenda.
On the agenda,
At the school.
yeah, you can take out, yeah, plan shall be,
If
take
you
out
deliver
delivered
to the school board,
board.
it's on the agenda. I mean,
Yeah.
that goes without saying.
It's all about compromising on the words, so people can feel comfortable. This plan shall be on the agenda at the,
No later than.
at the first school board meeting. No,
No, don't say that.
What is no late?
it does not sound right. This plan shall be on the agenda of, no, on the
For the
agenda.
first school board-
What's the right preposition?
Shall be on the agenda at the first school board meeting.
At the first school board meeting in October of each year in consideration of vote. I think if you get it, see if people want to do no later than in there. I can't do it without the enrollment, so
Well, that's fine, so you're still preserved.
No later than doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah.
It just allows Andy to feel like it
Or
could happen
by-
earlier.
Or by the meeting.
I know, I'm not diminishing what you're saying.
This plan shall be on the agenda
No, it doesn't.
And it
no
allows us to move
later
faster if we can.
than
Then.
the,
Than,
T-H-A-N.
T-H-A-N, please.
the first, okay. So did anybody make this motion? We didn't make it yet, did we? Okay. Any more wordsmithing, so to speak? Okay.
Well, yeah, one thing, which is, and I just want to make sure, it's really the final plan from the administration, because realistically, trying to marry the thoughts around, many of there should be a notion among the administration, and I had spoken about this before, it probably should be part of this, which was somewhere, you know, if the board does it annually, if the administration does it annually, that's great. But they're going to have clues to do it earlier. There are going to be some things that clue them to do it earlier. The enrollment has, we had talked last time about how I picked 4,900 versus 4,600 as a marker. They're going to come up with a preliminary plan for some of the more drastic things. So Andy, to your question, closing a school, you know, if they're thinking they're going to close a school, it's not going to occur to them, to the administration, when they're putting the plan together in October. They're going to look at it, and it's going to occur to them the year before, in April and May, and say, probably have to start looking at this. Probably going to have to start closing schools. They're going to have a preliminary plan early, that they could produce a preliminary plan and advisory to the board. We don't have to put it in the motion, but that's the practical reality of it.
Agreed. I don't have any disagreement with that, but these are motions that are obligating people to timeframes for decisions. I mean, that was our general. There has to be the normal. This doesn't mean, oh, now we're not going to suddenly do any prep work in committees. Although we've always done prep work in committees, we're not going to suddenly stop doing it because we didn't say it in a motion. To that point. But yeah, I think there will be work done. Obviously, especially they are going to be doing work even over the summer. We might have committee meetings with them. So, all right, are we still changing things?
I just grammatically it wasn't reading well, so if you don't mind it.
Well, we'll see if anybody minds when we read the motion. Mr. Filek. Okay. Mrs. Brooks, did you read a motion?
I have not.
Okay, could you read that motion for us, please?
I move the administration shall develop a long-term elementary school plan that develops options for redistricting and/or school consolidation beginning in the 2016-17 school year and each successive year. The plan shall include consideration of school building efficiencies. This plan shall be on the agenda no later than the first school board meeting in October of each year for the consideration of a vote. This plan shall take into consideration all variables in the Council Rock School District 5-year plan.
Second.
Would anybody be interested in adding what the efficiencies are we're looking for and targeting?
No.
No.
All right. Because that's where I had spoken before about you need to establish what the efficiencies are, because the administration doesn't have the direction. So yeah, what efficiency do you want? Do you want them at 90%? I understand there's this whole issue about it, but conceptually, how do you want to measure efficiency? How do you want to push for
I want to know how many
efficiency?
classrooms there are.
I don't care how many classrooms there are, because what matters is how they're used and if the children
I want to know how many
appropriate.
classrooms are available for regular education.
Oh, you don't care about special ed?
I do care about special ed.
Well, that's where we get into this dilemma.
But there's a total number of rooms in the building, and I want to know, after you factor out art, music, special ed, whatever else happens in a classroom, how many classrooms are available for regular education?
But this goes to the question, and when we sat in academic standards, this was one of the discussions we had, as we talked about the capacity of the room. And this came up when I was in Washington. This came up as a discussion item about the use of the classes in Holland, that for special education classrooms, they're not going to be used the same. You can't put 25 kids in those rooms. We just talked about it with Joy during the preamble of this meeting, you know, where the kid has the stander, the prone stander, the extra chair. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know, so I'm not sure what the efficiency measures we're looking for. So it's great that we want to consider all, shall include consideration of building efficiencies. Shouldn't we give a target? What are we trying to get to? Because if you just say consider them, and there, again, it goes back to that issue about challenge. How do you want to challenge? I want to see the plan. Come to me with a plan that says we're 95% efficient, or we're 100% efficient, and tell me where the squeaky parts are, because maybe the board has to say we'll relieve on those squeaky parts that they don't quite fit. But if you don't do it, you're not going to get it.
Chair, I don't disagree with you, but I think the hard part is that this board can't agree on what 90% is.
Well, but the bigger part for me, it's the numbers are skewed. What the efficiency that I want to know is when a school psychologist or a small group functioning is happening in a room that can hold 30 students, that's taking space away from the efficiency of running that school efficiently. So I want a study done. What I interpret and what I'm hoping to get out of that school building efficiencies is understanding that our spaces are being used well, so that when we talk about capacity, it's not perpetuating uses that are not maximizing the students in the school.
Okay, I won't be voting for this motion. Here's why I'm not voting for this motion. Because trying to incorporate the idea of efficiencies, I would want to see the administration come to the board each year with a proposed redistricting or reanalysis of the building, which presents a challenge to the administration and a challenge to the building to increase the enrollment in the building and still remain educationally efficient. I want them each year to make the challenge to the buildings, try and drive efficiency higher, maybe model prematurely, and when you get there, we'll let you know you're there. We don't know where we're going, but we're not using GPS for it, Christine. Sorry. But my point is, I want to challenge every year, because if they give the challenge and they come back to us, and we say, you know what, we don't want to accept it. But if we don't do that, then what's going to happen is there's never going to be anything that's challenging. It'll never push forward. So I'm not going to go for it, because my position is every year I want the redistricting to come forward and say, challenge it, try and get the efficiency. I want to see more efficiency. And each year, if the board says, I'm not willing to go to it, that's fine.
But it doesn't preclude you from doing it.
I think that's implicit.
I don't think, I don't think it is implicit.
Sharon, can I
think
just...
that's what that is.
Here's one thing. We're talking about moving and directing the administration to come back to us with this. Those conversations about that will occur at that time, in my mind. That's when we will talk about what those efficiencies are, what we are expecting, what that looks like. After we see what the administration feels like that looks like, it's still up to us. We still get to direct that at that point in time. I don't think we need to drill down to that level in this motion tonight.
See, my point was, let's take it to the absurd level. If each year, the administration came to the board and said, I'm not advocating closing a school, but each year they came to the board and said, this is what you would have to do to redistrict to close a school. Each year. What you would wind up doing is, that would be the challenge, you know, that you'd go through the exercise of challenging and approaching the other principals and going, here's how we would have to redo it. And they're going to come back and tell you whether it works or not. And at that point, the board each year makes a decision of whether they accept it or not.
What if we had a separate policy? I'm just looking at the information that Jenny had handed out. And there's an 11-point policy for school attendance areas when Howard County Public School System, or no page numbers, is considering a redistrict. Can we refer to a policy to be drafted at a later date in this motion? Because that would answer Jerry's issue. I think everyone agrees that we need some clarity in the efficiencies, and that's something we can address at another time and move forward with this motion.
We need to put that in the motion, but there's no reason why we couldn't at some point down the road talk about policy around how we judge efficiencies in the school, so we can get through discussions like, do we need an efficiency study, or can we just look at it? So there might be some policy down the road, but I don't think we need to get part of this motion.
Well, that's just so you know, because there's no definition around efficiency. That's why I'm not going to.
Okay, so how about the plan shall include consideration of school building efficiencies that look into the number of classrooms, the size of the classrooms, the number of students it could occupy, the amount of time the room is open and available during a day? Do you want it that, I mean...
All I was trying to say was, if you model, each year you model, what is the ultimate goal of the redistricting would be to reduce a school, ultimately. At some point in the future when it's appropriate, right? That would be the ultimate goal.
But it says develop options for redistricting and school consolidation. How does that not say that? I'm seriously trying.
I'm just trying to be specific that I would like to see. My point is, I'd like to see it modeled each year to say a school close at the elementary level, which may mean that
Develop options for redistricting and school consolidation. That's closing a school. Does school consolidation not mean closing a school to you? Or
could mean anything, but
It doesn't mean anything.
what?
school consolidation to me means closing a school.
Go ahead, Pat, you haven't spoken in a while. What were you saying?
No, I mean, what you're talking about, that testing the
Right. Stress
parameters
testing,
of
yeah.
use, should be going on, that again, to me, is principal housekeeping. A principal does that, or should be doing that, regularly as part of his normal job, as
So
he
far we agree.
assigns rooms. That is a
Right.
pardon me?
No, so far we agree.
That doesn't have to be in It doesn't have to be in that detail. For us, the problem is this. When we, part of the board, believes that a school can be closed today, and administration believes something different, and the reason we disagree is because we disagree over the usage of the rooms. For me, in the high school, take a high school. I'll take my own junior high. I had 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I had a prep period every day. My room was not used by a class 45 minutes every day. That room was empty. That building was underutilized. Classes could have, and often the health class was, assigned to my room, and I was assigned elsewhere. It uses the building more. So did the health teacher need classroom space? No. Health room's class space was wherever there was a prep teacher, a teacher out on prep. It is, you can make use of it in many ways. Now that's extreme. I don't ask that people do that. I don't want to see, like my daughter in her school, is music on a cart. She can't carry ORF instruments from one room to another all day long. So she probably won't be doing ORF instruments with every single class because they don't travel well. You can take it to an extreme. I don't want that. But there are better, that's job of the principal. And the problem for us is that we just don't really see. When I hear a study that says 90% usage is 100% capacity, there's 11,000 kids in the district. That means we're going to leave 1,100 seats empty. That doesn't make sense to me. And say we're full. And now, we had an architect, this is my view of it, I guess. We had an architect tell us whether we were full or not. Why would an architect not tell us we're full? His job is to design more space for us. If we don't need more space, he doesn't have a job. So it's hard for me to trust that his study that says we have to leave 1,100 seats empty to be at full capacity makes any common sense. So that's where we all fell apart on this, I think.
But this is where I'm agreeing with you. When you say it's a principal's job, so things I've heard while listening to the discussion on the board, you say it's a principal's job, we agree. I've heard people say, well, I take issue with the numbers that are being presented. So my request here, and I'll let it go because I'm not going to win it, but my request I wanted to be specific of a stretch goal each year. If they listed 5 years in a row that they're trying to close the school, I'd like to be able, that I'd have those plans to understand over 5 years how close we're getting to it and what we're doing. So I'd have an understanding about that, because each year I would see in the detailed data coming up from the principals, because that was part of my message was you push it down to them, how many can you fit? I'd be looking as a board member at the detailed information coming up and deciding whether I could accept that or not, and that's when we make the decision to go forward. So, in many of us in corporate environment, they talk about getting stretch goals. You have a stretch goal each year. You probably, sometimes you don't make it, and you often don't make it, but it was a goal to attain it, and you tried. And if you made your regular goal, good, and if you made better in your goal, better, and if you made your stretch goal, great. That's all I was trying to say was, I was looking to establish a stretch goal that says, just so I've gone through the exercise each year, I want to model what it would take to close a school. The first couple of years, it's probably unattainable. I'll agree, because if Mark does the job right, and I think he will, with closing the plan next year, I don't think it's going to be attainable, but I want to see the plan of what it would take to do it so that...
But you voting on this doesn't stop that from happening.
No,
that doesn't stop that discussion from occurring.
Right. You're right, I agree with you, but the one thing that I'd be really hesitant to do is take a position that says we're going to try and close a school every single year, period, because nobody's going to want to move here and that's going to destroy home ec. I think we have to do the work. Let me
be clear before I say that. I'm not looking at 7 years, we're down to 3. What I'm looking at is, this is the model this year, it doesn't work. This is the model next year, we still have 10 schools, it doesn't work. This is the model the year after, 10 schools, it doesn't work. Next year, oh, you know what happened to work? And all that anybody would say moving in this community is, you're looking at a board who each year takes a hard look at what the configuration of the building is and makes a decision. And ultimately, it becomes the board's decision to say, you know what, we're willing to accept the pain points, go ahead, close that building.
Totally agree. So in the motion that we tabled towards the end,
that's fine.
I had a request for
Dr.
this.
Dr. Foster?
Right, so the conversation I wanted to have about efficiencies is more about the educational program and the building capacities. So that's where I think it broke down personally. I don't think it was an architect and space and, you know, miscounting rooms. I think it was a conversation that the school board and the community has to have with our professional educators as to what our educational program is in each school versus the space we have. So I would prefer it, instead of saying something that sounds like numbers and accounting, instead of saying building efficiencies, to say school building capacity and educational program. Because I really want that dialogue in this process about what are we doing, whether it's special ed, regular ed, music. That's what I think we need from our hired experts.
I like that language, but I would like it in addition to efficiencies.
Are you good with it in addition to efficiencies?
Well, to me, efficiency really is building capacity versus educational program. How are we fitting it in? And that's when you know whether you're efficient or not.
If you put that in paren as the definition of efficiency, building capacities and program, that might solve.
Okay.
Well done, Matt.
Or that.
I don't know, I don't know what that exactly
Can we reread? We need to reread it.
I don't know what that means.
So where does it break down for you that you
Because it
don't
still
know?
says efficiencies, which is what it said. No?
It muddies the water.
I mean,
It muddies the water. Of course you want a good educational program, that's why schools exist. And that's our goal. But in this, is to use the, I think it's fine as it is. Can we vote it as it is and see what happens?
As it was, you mean?
As it was?
My worry is that in the future administrations will read it and it becomes very abstract. I think we need to continually
Soon as you
connect
add
our rooms to programs.
And what have we said? I'm sorry, Denise. The plans shall include consideration of whatever it said before, efficiencies, including school building capacity and education programs. Because then we have efficiencies.
We have all
and
three.
we're- And then school
Right,
building
so-
capacity
right, so
and
if it says-
education programs is a subset of that.
The
rather
plan
than
shall
a
include
definition.
consideration of school building efficiencies, and then in parentheses,
Yeah,
capacity,
Building, there, efficiencies, Matt.
and then in parentheses, capacity,
You could say including.
or including, right.
Capacity, and then you take the parentheses, yep. You're quite good at this. All right. Ms. Brooks, do you want to read the motion again, just so we all are on the same page with it?
Read the whole thing?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Mr. Cox? Yes?
So you're going to amend your motion as?
I'm going to amend the motion previously made to, I move the administration shall develop a long-term elementary school plan that develops options for redistricting and/or school consolidation beginning in the 2016-17 school year and each successive year. The plan shall include consideration of school building efficiencies, including capacity and educational programs. This plan shall be on the agenda no later than the first school board meeting in October of each year for the consideration of a vote. This plan shall take into consideration all variables in the Council Rock School District 5-year plan.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
I think Mr. Bylick?
Yeah, I think I seconded that, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay.
Are you okay with it?
I am.
Okay, it was seconded, okay. Can we have a roll call?
Wait. Just the use of the language and/or, it does give the administration the discretion to pick either or. I trust that the administration reading this will do both well.
For those are the next superintendent.
So you want to take out the or?
Where's the or?
What?
It's in line 2, redistricting and/or school consolidations. You want to say both?
I think it is and/or.
Well, to what I wanted was, what I wanted was each year, I wanted.
Okay, Mr. Abrahamson, I'm sorry, there's too many people talking. Mr. Abrahamson, what did you want? How did you want the motion changed?
Well, my understanding is that the administration is really going to be charged with both doing a redistricting and a school consolidation both at the same time. It's all going to be part and parcel of the plan. So I don't, I think it should be and as opposed to and. Or
Okay.
because otherwise, the administration could do a school consolidation without giving us a bad.
What if we don't?
You gotta,
Consolidation.
we can't hear you.
What if we don't do a consolidation? They can redistrict without.
Well, that's what I wanted them to model both. That's where I'm asking for. If you tell them-
My assumption is they'll tell us based on.
Well, my point was two things. One is, I can agree with it if you take out the 4, because I think I wanted them to have modeling both. The second thing is, school consolidation can mean two things. You may think it means closing a school. It may also mean combining 2 schools together to act as one, which was like the K through, the model I produced in March. That would also be consolidation. So what do you think school consolidation is here? Are we talking about closing a school? So what do you
It
say?
could be any of that.
What?
It could be any of that.
Well,
All right, we're gonna take a vote.
But actually, there's one,
We're-
Mr.
No,
Cox, that's a date thing.
no, wait, please wait, Mr. Block, please. Okay, Mr. Abramson asked for or to be taken out. Okay, some people want it in, so we're gonna leave it in. If that vote doesn't pass, we will go back and start again. Now, what did you want?
So just to be sure, because we had November 2015 is when the plan will be presented, for actions to start 16-17, to talk with Mr. Cox, we should probably note that the first presentation we're expecting is in October of 2015, for action in 16-17. Otherwise, it might be
Mr. Cox, I'm confused, so why doesn't the motion say that as it is?
Well, is the plan deliverable in October of 2016 or in October of 21st year, 15, the first year?
That was my point.
2015, the first year.
All right,
why don't we
so-
just preface the word this plan with beginning in
Go ahead, Mr. Cox,
2015,
please,
this plan.
please. Go ahead, Mr. Cox.
All right, so
You wanna say the board meeting
in October of 2015,
and each October thereafter?
yes,
And each,
and in October of each succeeding year,
and in,
and in October of each succeeding year, for the consideration of a vote.
Can I ask a question?
just give me a second, please.
And before Ms. Brooks amends her motion yet again, let's make sure everyone else.
Okay, all right, Mr. Bilek.
So does that mean that it's still the first school board meeting in October of each succeeding year, or in the month of October each succeeding year? I just want to be clear.
First school board meeting.
It's the first school board meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry? Okay, right, okay. Fine.
Okay, are you fine with that, Mr. Grepp?
I would have preferred that it said and, rather than and or. But-
Yes, that was brought up, that was the same thing Mr. Amerson said, but
So,
many people
So-
didn't
no,
want
that's
that, so
fine.
I don't
So-
know,
so
I don't
the-
know the count, I didn't count it.
no, that's fine.
But if it
That's
doesn't
fine.
pass,
Go forward with it. I mean, that was my,
if it doesn't pass, we'll go back and do that. Are you,
That's fine.
anything else? Anybody?
Just nitpicking, Matt, can you just put a comma after year, succeeding year, comma?
I agree, I agree,
Okay.
I agree.
Anybody else over here? Okay, is there anything else before, okay, Mrs. Brooks, can you amend your motion? You can just say as on the
Third
screen if you want.
Third time's a charm.
That's right, that's right.
Can I just say on the screen, or should I?
Sure.
I move to amend the motion as it appears on the screen currently.
Mr. Bilek?
Yeah, I'm in my second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Grubb,
pass.
Mrs. McKessie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Block,
Yes.
Mr. Abramson,
Yes.
Mrs. Brooks,
Yes.
Mr. Bilek,
Yes.
Dr. Foster.
Yes.
I'll say
Mi-
yes.
Mr. Grubb?
Yes. Go ahead. I lost it, so what do I care?
You always
He
care,
passed
Mr.
it,
Grubb,
and he said
don't
yes.
say that.
So it was unanimous.
Mrs. McKessie, can you read the next, well, okay, never
Yeah.
mind. Can we wordsmith the next motion, please? It is the first motion on the middle schools. Anyone have any suggestions?
To develop, if you're going to go consistent.
To develop, I move the administration
Shall
shall,
Shall develop.
shall develop.
That's right.
You probably had that done. Mr. Frederickson, but,
I-
okay, anything else?
Yeah, the last sentence doesn't really fit into a motion because it's like explanation, but could it be continued where Holland Middle School, delete the period, and the district shall evaluate repurposing or sale of the Richboro Middle School property?
Okay,
Just make it a new sentence.
Just make a new motion.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say the district shall evaluate repurposing or sale of. Or the
Okay.
administration.
Did you want
That should be the administration.
The administration.
other
Mike,
changes?
Good. I'm kind of looking at this. The question I have here is, remind me, to put the children from Richboro Middle School into Holland, we would need to increase the size of Holland, or would we not at this point?
Mr. Taylor? Mr. Klein?
To put the children from Richboro into Holland, would we need to increase the capacity of Holland? Well, somebody has to answer the question.
We're not sure yet because we haven't done some of the initial schematics on that. But yes, the answer to that is the structure of Holland Middle School is likely sufficient for the 6 to 7 teams that you will have there. Whether the infrastructure is sufficient is a question we'll have at the facility meeting, including the potential addition of an auditorium or something like that. But within the structure of Holland Middle School, we likely can fit 6 or 7 teams there.
So I guess my question is, what I'm trying to, looking a little bit ahead, what my dilemma is, there was a commentary about the capacities and the size of North versus South. And when we redistricted a few years ago, we did choose to put more children in South, which is going to, over time, affect North because they're going to be able to have less offerings of some things because we're not going to be able to offer them efficiently because we won't have sufficient kids. But at South, we will have enough to run multiple sections of certain things. So kids at North will be closed out from any number of activities or unique things. We're not going to run the AP Latin 3 for, I don't know, pick a number. So do we want to, at some point, correct that disparity? Because this is locking us into not correcting that disparity between North and South.
That is not necessarily true.
Okay, well then help me understand.
Because for me, the answer to that is in an elementary redistricting. So I understand what you're saying, and I think the language could be changed, but for me, the students at Richboro Middle School will be moved to Holland Middle School. The question will be, and it's a question of timing. I don't know which building would be done first. We may move an elementary school to Newtown Middle prior to that.
Go ahead.
So for me, the question of who attends which school is really based at the elementary school.
Do we need to include the reference taking the students from Richboro Middle School to Holland Middle School in this motion?
If we don't give direction on what we want the administration to work on size, then I think that's confusing.
Well, have we
But
really discussed size of the schools at this point?
I don't think taking that sentence out doesn't give us an opportunity to talk about size. I mean,
Talk about all of it.
it's talking about
We haven't really
the
said
closing
that.
of Richboro Middle School, so, I mean, it is tied together. I mean,
Well, it is and it isn't, meaning, and I'm sorry, I said something.
no, go ahead.
It is and it isn't because, be prepared to hit Control Z if nobody likes what I'm saying there. Because if you repurpose Holland and you decide to close Richboro Middle, some of those kids may redistrict one to Holland, some may go to the new Newtown.
No, but that's
So-
what I said before. I mean, and I'm obviously just speaking for me. Depending on the timing of that, that may not be the case because the redistricting is going to happen at the elementary level.
Is gonna,
So, I guess we need language that is loose enough to cover.
Well, we need to give them direction,
Well-
I think, on what we expect to be presented to us as far as renovating Holland Middle School.
Right, well, certainly the majority of students at Richboro Middle are moving there.
and I think that realistically, I think there's better, I think there's better agreement around Newtown Middle School that something has to happen there. I think that's in general agreement on the board, that if we do that, than this motion and says that this motion with the renovation of Holland, coupled with the renovation of Newtown Middle School, will permit the closing of Richboro Middle. And that doesn't say then where we're sending the children to anything, but it does allow us to get over that hurdle.
Well, there's us getting over the hurdle, and there's the administration starting to, if we want to renovate Holland Middle reasonably soon to get Richboro Middle offline, we need to give direction. So, for me, I want the infrastructure of Holland to be able to support the Richboro Middle School or majority of those students. If we move an elementary school and that takes out, 100 kids, and that's a little more space. But we need to move forward with Holland Middle, in my opinion. I'm concerned that if we take on the issue of redistricting elementary schools and make that before we renovate Holland, we will be too far out. And I want to move personally as fast as we can, because I believe that Richboro Middle School property either has a great value if we would consider to sell it, or will allow us to get rid of other properties quickly. So I'm good with, it's got to take the kids from Richboro Middle and that infrastructure, those plans to see what that looks like need to start.
See, my thought was if you do, because I don't know which one's going to finish first, but if you did Holland, it's really, you're going to move the children at the conclusion of the construction of both of the two schools.
Well, if Holland got done first, I would move,
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I would
Not
move
necessarily
them.
what she says,
Not necessarily what you said. I mean, it's too, there's too many unknowns. So, I mean,
that's why you're.
But I'm not sure, I mean, but Wendy, why does, if we were to remove that sentence,
Can I just
doesn't that give the board enough, the administration enough direction to move forward anyway?
Can I just say something that might help clarify the point? I'm not thrilled with that second sentence, because I think it is a vote on closing a school, or could be interpreted as that. You're not going to have any students left in Richboro Middle School as a result of this motion, and you haven't gone through the statutory process to do that. So either it should come out, or it should be phrased so that the administration is delivering a plan at that time upon completion of construction and renovations for the transfer of Richboro Middle School
Students to an appropriate
middle school.
Does this board want the administration to work on a plan for Holland Middle School's renovations to include those students or not to? Because I do think that decision needs to be made, because they got to move forward.
Can you, Doug, shed some light with regard to timing?
Yeah, I can shed some light on a couple things. One is the Newtown Middle School project, as you're aware. We actually performed a fairly detailed preliminary study of programming with the principal to understand how big that building wants to be for 7 teams, what we would need to do. So when we started to talk about Holland Middle School and when questions were asked during this planning process, we developed the budget for Holland Middle School based upon the size of the existing building plus the size of an addition that would equal the program that we recently developed for Newtown Middle School. So we have put some thought into how that budget would look, how we developed what the addition would be, the size of the addition, to come up with a viable budget for that project, even though we haven't had any kind of programming meeting. So that's the first part of how we established a budget, and that's a 7-team, maybe 8-team kind of project. So we know that the budget will facilitate that. The second part of this is we know right now if we get an approval, and I've said this for quite some time, if we get an approval November 20th this month to move the rest of the Newtown Middle School project forward, we're looking at a January 1st, 2019 completion. You could have I don't think you necessarily want to do it, but you could have a mid-school year move if it were a holiday move on that project. Probably realistically, you're looking at June of 19. If we move forward with the Holland Middle School project, I recently prepared about a 42-line item milestone schedule for Holland in preparing the draft agreements for Architect CM in case this moves forward, because it's a lot of work to do if you say, I need it on the agenda. So I'm trying to prepare some paperwork in advance. That milestone schedule tells me that if we move forward November 20th with that project, that we will have that building ready the June of 2019 as well. So both of those projects, and this is slightly off from what the Gantt schedule said, but both of those buildings would be ready
the summer of 19 for students. So they would parallel one another in the end if we move forward November 20th with both.
So can I ask a question? You said that the preliminary plans you're thinking about for Holland mirror what would happen in Newtown. So you basically got 2 middle schools of the same size.
17
Right.
17
so,
schools.
So back to
Yeah.
Denise's point about elementary redistricting, you've now got the ability to have equal feeders. Because Jerry, I was concerned as you were about programming differences on either side of the district. And if we've got middle schools that seem to be set up to feed the high schools that are the same, then ultimately this elementary school plan ends up saying that these middle schools are fed the right way. So I think the language is fine. The question I would ask Mr. Cox about his concern on second is if we vote to renovate Holland here and go with Newtown, I mean, the intent clearly is to close Richboro. So I don't necessarily want to walk away from here not delivering that intent. Now, I understand we have to.
I think the way to do it is to direct the administration to present a plan at that time for the board's consideration.
It can't be at that time, so back it up a year. If you know that you're gonna, if you follow your project lines and you know that you're going to be completed by June of 19, then the right time to present that is June of 18, of presenting the plan, following the same thinking that you guys have had about sufficient time. So that's all I would say, is just back it up a year.
If you wanted to get out of, and while I may not agree with it, the wording you could use would be that the renovations of Holland Middle School would be sized to accommodate the population of both Holland and Richboro Middle School. And then you simply are silent on the intent to close Richboro Middle School, but you've certainly described your notion of how you're sizing it to encompass your intent. And you get out, and you are silent on the, I'm looking at Rob virtually through a few people, and we're silent on the intent to close it, but we simply accommodated the population.
Taxpayers understand that we're doing this because it's efficient for them, so we are.
All right,
From a legal perspective, I'm okay with either of those options.
let's move, I move the administration shall develop a long-term middle school plan that renovates Holland Middle School at the, do we want to say anything else after that? That renovates Holland Middle School. Do we want to say to include the populations or not?
Jerry's right, you can put it in as the intent. My suggestion would be you close it at the first sentence, leave the rest off for a future vote at a future board meeting at that point. Take the rest of it out. Just one sentence, the first sentence you could add to it.
I would like to
good
have a
with that.
plan to close Richboro Middle School. I think it's, you know, there's a lot of criticism out there about spending money and no return on that, et cetera. I mean, we certainly, anybody who's watched the meeting knows that that's the plan, but
This is the thing, that's 4 years from now. If indeed this all comes to fruition, everything's spilled, it all happens, you look like you're on that trajectory, the board that exists then,
agreed.
the superintendent that is here in the seat then, of course, I think the board will want to make the legal plan to facilitate the movement at that time. You can just go with it, let's renovate it, let's do what we need to fix it.
Others have opinions?
I would rather include something in there about Richboro, just so that it frames for posterity and how people view this of what the intention of that motion is. If Richboro Middle School's not closing, I don't know that I want to renovate that building right now. That's a lot of money.
What,
The
Holland?
reason
Yeah.
I'm willing to vote yes to renovate Holland is because it comes with the understanding that we're going to save money.
Right, but this is what your arguments seem to be that by foretelling that we're going to close it, we're
Well, I'm okay with saying it's a plan. I'm okay with
Yeah,
changing
right,
it so it says a plan in
By date.
June of 18 will be presented for the repurposing or sale of Richboro Middle School.
I think
For
the board can,
consideration
the
of-
board can
Consideration of.
thread the needle. The board can say, we'd like a plan for the board to consider in 2018 or whenever, June of 2000, whenever it is, without voting on closing a school
Yeah.
tonight. So I think that needle can be threaded.
All right, let's get back to renovate Holland Middle School. Yes or no to include the populations from both schools? Or do we just say renovate Holland and it's inherently obvious? Okay, so we're just gonna end at renovate Holland. Where is that? At the conclusion, no.
No, at
1 year, June, you wanna just
Or-
say June of 18?
Or
1
Doesn't
year
have to be
prior to the
June.
conclusion?
Right, okay.
1 year prior to completion.
1 year prior to completion, the administration will present a plan, there you go. The administration, completion of renovations. The administration shall present a plan,
To the board.
shall present a plan to the board,
Which evaluates
which evaluates, yep.
the repurposing or sale.
Can't hear you. Which evaluates the repurposing or sale of Richboro Middle School property. Okay, any other wordsmithing on this one? We're gonna be here till midnight.
Does that presuppose then you've closed it? I'm missing-
1 year prior to completion of renovations, the administration shall present a plan
You're just
to
gonna
the
show us a
board
plan
which
about doing it.
evaluates the repurposing or
Well, it
sale.
doesn't say anything about moving.
It does, well,
What?
I'm puzzled. There's an intervening step that we missed.
There is, and
Maybe
we're
it's just
silent.
assumed
We're
there.
silent
That is,
on it. We're
that you
silent on it.
redistricted. Okay.
Well, that's what I wanted in there. I wanted to say the renovations of Holland Middle School would include,
Okay, so can it say,
Well, why
present
don't
a
you-
plan,
why
the
don't you-
board
you-
evaluates redistricting
Redistricting
and
of
the
Richboro Middle, yes,
Yeah.
that's what, I just think you're
Okay.
missing an
That's what
intervening
Mr.
step.
Klein needs in that.
or his successor or his son.
right, or his successor, or some future board trying to understand what we did tonight.
You could put it in one motion, actually. It's two separate motions, but leave it as one. That's all right. It's fine.
Okay, we need, Ms. McKessie to read.
Redistricting and repurposing.
I move the administration shall develop a long-term middle school plan that renovates Holland Middle School. 1 year prior to completion of renovations, the administration shall present a plan to the board which evaluates redistricting and repurposing or sale of the Richboro Middle School property.
Second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Question for you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna be voting no on this. I'm not comfortable moving forward with a motion that says we're definitely renovating a middle school that we don't know what the overall cost is gonna be. So simply for that reason, I'm not comfortable voting yes.
And not to keep wordsmithing, but it's actually, he's gonna present the plan to the board which proposes redistricting and evaluates repurposing for sale of the Richboro Middle School property. He's not gonna present something to us after we just built a middle school that evaluates redistricting. He's going to propose redistricting and evaluates repurposing for sale.
Are you okay with that, Mrs. McKessie?
Sure.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
But, Mr. Bialik, to address what you're saying, I mean, I agree with you that it's a very uncomfortable
And evaluates.
to approve a motion where we don't have the financials, but the truth is that that's going to be choosing the particulars and the plan and all of that comes later. By my voting yes to this motion, it is a philosophical move more than anything else, because the same as,
Right.
the finances of any of this have not been established
still have a
anywhere.
lot of approvals.
And so I'm voting to approve, acknowledging that that renovation is necessary, and for me, because it will allow the closure of another middle school and save this district money. We will get into many other conversations about the size, scope, and expense of that building.
And whether it can be cinder block or not.
Yeah, I'm not ready for that leap. That's all. This motion says we're renovating Holland Middle School, and I don't know what that's gonna look like. I don't know what the cost is gonna be. I'm just not.
I'm okay with this now because, just for me, I don't think it says explicitly, and I'm glad it doesn't, that all the children at Ridgeboro Middle will go to Holland. And I think that's important, that we've left ourselves that out. So I'll be
So-
good with this.
I wanted to make a comment myself on the finances of it. Mr. Bialik, I understand the concern, I have the concern too, but when I look at the aging building and the amount of money I have to spend in the near future just to keep that building functioning, and then the amount of money that I would have to potentially add to have it absorb those other kids and allows me to close the building. So I've heard people say it's the whole cost of the renovation attributing to consolidating these two schools, when in fact, a large part of that money is already projected in a building that has systems that need work. So we're gonna look at those finances, but I think I've heard people confuse the two items. There is a certain amount of money that I believe we're gonna have to spend on Holland Middle School to keep it functioning.
And
There's
Richboro Middle.
Excuse me?
And Richboro Middle.
And Richboro Middle, as opposed to the amount I could spend on one school and get the value out of another property. And that's the plan I would like to see from the administration, but that's for me where I got through the financial end of it. Anyone else need to comment, would like to comment? Okay, can we have a,
Wait. This is not going to be popular with my fellow board members, but we have a policy that says if we make major changes to an agenda item, we'll have public comment.
We've made major changes to every agenda item tonight.
I understand that, and I just remembered that policy now. So,
I'd like to ask our solicitor's opinion.
I think that the policy, as it applies to the board, is something that guides the board. The board can vote or move to amend its policies or its practices at any time. I also don't think that there has been any lack of transparency with respect to the discussion that has taken place over many weeks and months with respect to capital planning. So while I respect my fellow attorney's view of this, I don't think the board is violating any legal requirement by pressing forward without public comment following each one of these discussions. I think the agenda fairly lays out the broad contours of tonight's discussion, and the discussion has been within the context laid out in that agenda. So that's my view of it.
Other board members have opinions?
If to satisfy Mr. Abramson, when we're finished this, we could put a little talk in the middle. If you want that at the end of this before we do the rest of the motions. I'm not in favor of that, I hate the idea, but,
said it would be popular.
pardon me?
I said what I was about to say was not going to be popular.
It doesn't
But
matter.
it's what we have. It's a
It
board policy.
doesn't matter, if that's what it is, it's okay. We can hear it then.
Others?
Well, I think the idea of allowing public comment is to hear the comment before the vote. So if we've already voted, and
But
then
we
we have it
had
at
the
the end.
first, we had the first public comment.
Understood, but I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense to me to have it at the end. I also am okay with not having the public comment, not because I don't want to hear from the public, but you said in the email you sent out on listserv that these motions can be changed at the meeting. It certainly has been transparent because it's been right in front of everyone, so I don't have any problem with not having the public.
I would say to you, Mr. Anderson, there was some discussion earlier about somebody making a completely brand-new motion. If that were the case and it was a topic that hadn't been out there, I would tend to agree with you, but the intent and integrity of what we're doing has been more than publicly publicized for public comment, in my opinion, as well.
And all I'm saying is we have a policy,
And I think we're within the context of the spirit of the policy by holding public meetings just for public comment, in essence, in October around this. So you can disagree. It's, you know, that's fine.
I can't take back my vote to what we voted for, but because of that, I'm going to vote no to the rest of it.
Well, let me just say, Rick, because you and I worked on this too,
Yeah.
that the language says when a new agenda item is added during a regular meeting to the current board agenda, additional public comment shall be added.
I thought,
A new item hasn't been added.
wait, I thought it also said if there was changes.
Substantive changes, I thought.
I thought.
I'm
I
reading
don't
through the
have the
policy
policy.
because
I'm
I'm
trying
trying to
to
recall
find
where
it.
that was, but the
If I recall it.
paragraph that we wrote speaks to a new agenda item. I'll look to see if there's other pieces that say substantive change, but I don't see it.
From my perspective, everything that is here was already put before the public, and more so than almost any other time for anything we've done, we've had people advertise our own, and other people in the public have advertised our email addresses to communicate with us.
I'm sorry, I forgot about the policy.
But it doesn't say what you thought it did. It says substantive changes to the agenda shall be adopted when supported by a majority of the directors present. So the only language in the policy right now speaks to new agenda items. You could make
An argument.
tortured argument that
These
these
are-
things
that
have been
these are-
new, but
It's, yeah, I agree. It refers to additional items.
So my comfort level is, for those reasons, I'm going to vote no for the rest of these, unless we have public comment.
So you get to go home now?
All right, well, I'm going to call a roll call vote on this motion, and we'll see where we end up.
Has it been moved? I'm sorry, has it been moved?
I believe Mrs. McKessie moved it, and somebody seconded
Jerry.
it.
Jerry,
Mr. Gruff?
Yeah, I did.
what's that?
Probably wasn't.
Yeah, roll call vote, please.
Dr. Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Grubb,
Yes.
Mrs. McKessie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Block,
Yes.
Mr. Abramson,
No.
Mrs. Brooks,
Yes.
Mr. Bilek,
No.
Okay, Mrs. Sexton, I was wondering if you could take the next two motions. You know what, before you read them, don't read them yet. Anybody have changes they would like to make?
So you're combining a Newtown Middle and Richboro Middle School trailer motion?
No, we can take them separately, I just asked that she read them both. So she can read the first one, and then we can vote.
Have we
The
decided?
second one we could probably vote on right now.
So you think.
Wishful thinking?
Shall I take the one?
We're doing the first one, we gotta do them in order completely. I moved and it's gotta be changed to shall whatever, which I'm sure you already did. Shall develop a long-term middle school plan that includes construction of a new Newtown Middle School on the current Newtown Middle School property and demolishes the current structure. So, changes to that motion.
So we've defined at this point that we're gonna build new with this.
No, we haven't voted on it, but that's
No, but
what the
that's what-
motion,
if this
that's what the
passes,
motion
this is
does.
what
Says
the-
it continues to move forward. They still need to come back to us and do all those things, but it works towards building a new instead of renovating. Comments, questions? Can we read the motion? I would say that's a yes, Mrs. Sexton.
I move that the administration shall develop a long-term middle school plan that includes construction of a new Newtown Middle School on the current Newtown Middle School property and demolishes the current structure.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Comments, questions?
Do we have to have a motion to, not to be stupid, but before we demolish that school, don't we have to have a closing of it hearing? So we can't vote on demolishing a building because we haven't closed it.
We're replacing that building. That's a different.
So even though we did that with the other one,
No, and I don't think the end of the LSAC lease triggers that requirement either.
no, I was talking about that if we built another middle school and to accommodate the population that was in the previous middle school, that's not replacing it. It's the same.
I don't know about that. I don't think
Okay.
the Newtown Middle School project triggers the procedures that I've laid out for the board with respect to closing a school.
Trusting your professional judgment in this.
Other comments or questions?
I'll be voting no on this motion. No surprise to anyone here. I think that we didn't spend enough time looking at the other alternatives. We've moved very, very quickly to build a new middle school, and it really felt as though there were three other options that really were given little weight. No disrespect to the board. So for all those reasons, I think it's too expensive. I think it's been undetermined if it's necessary, so I'll be voting no.
I'm going to vote no, but I should say that because I'm not convinced that, I still have not been convinced new versus renovation. But that being said, I want to state publicly that I do agree that something needs to be done to that school.
Even though I said it's for no, this one I'm going to abstain on because I am in favor of the
Well,
construction,
even though the
so,
motion's staying as it is?
Well, just because of the history of what's gone before it.
Okay.
I
Well-
feel more comfortable that way.
Can I make just another comment?
Yeah.
I agree that something has to be done with that school too. I just am not sure if it's full renovation and demolition of the existing property.
Okay.
When,
Or full rebuild, I should say.
Doug, I think we should, I agree with reaffirming that we need to move forward with something, that the building needs work. And, you like that, huh?
Yeah,
That
that's
was a
good.
effort.
That's
Needs
an
work.
understatement.
Needs a little bit of work. And I guess back on October 9th, and then on 2 weeks later, I was still looking for the finalization of the pros and cons on the rebuild versus replace and the budgetary estimates. I haven't seen those. Maybe I was asleep.
We had,
But, huh?
we had that last February, right?
I wanted more information on it because now we seem to have moved further down the pipe. Yeah, we had a $55 million project shown, and we had a guy who showed us a $75 million school, and I was just, I'm torn. I want to move forward. I was looking for further definition between the buy versus the love it or list it notion. I was just looking for more.
It's a demolition.
Can I ask why?
Yeah, demolish it or.
Can I ask why we're having this motion here? Because this is already
A majority of the people
process.
said they wanted it. Can we take a roll call vote?
Well, not voting for this today still allows the status quo to continue, and it continues as it is. The project continues.
Well, the
It doesn't
project, no.
continue.
We've only,
No, this isn't, we don't make motions in the negative, so we have something going forward, and we were progressing with it.
we did
The
plan,
absence of passing this motion won't stop that action.
all
You would have to
this being-
affirmatively stop the action.
all this being done is land development.
Right. We would need this, we would need the next phases approved for this to continue moving, and we really would need those in November to meet those timelines that we've discussed
Yeah, but
tonight.
you'll bring them whether we vote for this or not.
I could bring those to the November 20th meeting and
And
ask
if we
for
thought the
approval.
public wasn't confused before,
Yeah.
we're going to say no to this, and then we're going to have
Next
Doug,
week, we're gonna
next
vote
week,
for it?
we're
Well,
going to
then
vote
you
in
table
favor of it?
Well, then you table it and you let it continue as it is because
Well,
the
let's-
motion's still gonna come
So
forward.
let's see if it passes. So, let's have a,
Well, wait, let's figure out where we are right now.
we had a motion on the floor and a second.
Right, and we have no,
Okay.
abstain,
So
no.
there, what's the problem with calling a roll call vote?
I'm just trying to figure out where we are before we
No,
became, well, we better
let's
where we are.
take a vote and see where we are.
Mrs. Brooks?
No.
Mr. Beiler?
No?
Dr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Grupp? Mr. Grupp?
I don't know, I don't know.
Pass?
Pass.
Pass, okay. Mrs. McKessie?
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton?
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Block?
Yes.
Mr. Abramson?
Abstain.
And I'll abstain.
You have five.
Okay.
That's great.
Mrs. Sexton, can you take the next motion? Yes, it passed, 5-4. Mrs. Sexton, do you mind doing the next one as well? It's pretty straightforward. Does anybody have any wordsmithing to do?
That's got many sentences in it. I can't
No, it
imagine.
says, it has one line.
we're just. Good Lord, how did that happen? Oh, good, thank you. I was heading down to the
No,
next one.
one sentence. Thank you.
Just one sentence, you think
That's
you can do
it.
it? I move the administration shall remove 2 trailers from the Richboro Middle School in the 15-16 school year.
We better go to the start of the,
Who's gonna second?
Second.
And do you care if they're removed or just not used? Just have to ask.
You don't just have to ask.
I'll second the motion just to make it interesting.
I already
Dr.
seconded it.
Foster.
I beat you.
What?
I did.
all
Oh, you
right.
did already?
So, we should have done this. Do you want to say at the beginning, or do you want to mimic the language from up above that says, removes all student and instructional programs from trailers at the start of the 2015-16?
Can
Did you
do
want them
that?
for storage, Mark?
No,
Did you want them for storage?
he only wanted one. There's
How many
3
are there? There are 3 there.
Isn't that different for Richboro then?
Richboro will still have students in one
Yeah,
module.
see, so you're not gonna say that.
So there's
Okay,
no-
so just
there's no
remove the
storage,
2?
it's just
They
two.
remove the 2,
They
then.
can
Right, can you just
afford to
clarify-
remove 2.
But I just want to clarify, that leaves just one trailer with students, correct?
Yeah, again, I'll work with Mr. Holohan, we'll do
I
everything we
can't
can.
believe one group couldn't be moved.
So what you're really doing is reducing from 3 to 1 the number of trailers at Richboro Middle School.
That's gonna be a stretch, even to do the 2.
but we're gonna work on it.
But that's what the motion really is. So removing 2 because it doesn't give it
Right,
context.
there's not, right.
And they're still going to be used for students, the one that remains.
Yes. You have 3 classroom spaces out there.
It's, given the other ones, it might be confusing.
All right, are we good with this? Can we have a roll call vote, or let's go for it and see what happens?
Mr. Abramson?
Abstain.
Mrs. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Bialik?
Yeah. Can I
Dr.
comment or just vote? Okay. Well, sometimes I'm told I can't comment. I'm going to vote no on this because my interpretation of the motion was that we were removing the trailers, the children out of instruction for the trailers. So I would rather see that we remove the children from any instruction in the trailer. So for that reason, I'm voting no.
But if you remove the trailers, certainly children can't be instructed in the mini.
Wait, okay, so maybe I misunderstood, but didn't I just hear that there's going
one
to be
left.
one left with children in it?
Correct.
don't-
I understood what you said.
Yeah,
Right,
so,
we
okay.
could
He
direct
said no.
administration
Let's-
to make sure that all.
That's my next motion.
Right, you could do that, you can make that motion, and they'll have to figure it out.
But you could
Can we
vote for this
continue
one,
with the
still
roll
make
call
next one,
vote?
yeah.
I'm voting no for this.
Okay, Mr. Bialik's no.
Dr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Grupp?
Yes.
Mrs. McKessie?
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton?
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Block?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Mr. Bialik, did you want to could you make the next, well, okay, this is a long one, so.
Wordsmith.
Wordsmithing, yes. Changes.
Well, is this the final motion for this?
No, this is
2011.
still.
Any additional motions we'll do at the end. Let's get through the ones, only in deference to Mr. Abramson, maybe we'll do a public comment if we're gonna do new motions. So, this is the one about, LSAC. So if you all could read it and let me know if you need any words changed.
The phrase here that says, eliminate of all facility use that is not essential for the education of children. It's really delivering education to children because
Right.
the computer center is essential to the education of children, so that would allow us to leave it there.
So what, you want the word delivery in where?
That is not delivering, or how do you, I'm willing to accept anybody else. Denise, you understand the notion I'm looking for, which is.
Or you want, is it just not directly?
Yeah, whatever word
related
directly,
to-
that's what I had used too, I just don't know if it fits the bill, but that is not instructional space, that is not used as instructional space for children.
All right, not used as instructional space, that works,
Not used as instructional space for students.
for students.
So that would
You
tell
better
us.
save this document midway through.
Yeah, really. So that
We
will tell
lost
us-
it would be
So let's just review
a
what that
big
means.
problem.
What else, so knock is in that building, the data center itself, the people in the data center who would serve it, what other things are in that building that would come out with that phrase, not,
That are non-instructional.
that are not,
All of your receiving and the maintenance folks that take care of the receiving function.
okay, everybody's okay with that, and Mark, that's what you would expect anyhow, yes?
Yes.
Okay, let me make sure that my description was not going far afield.
Any other issues in the wording?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
that's
Abramson?
what Should, the third line from the bottom should change to shall. But also, looking at this motion in a vacuum, the first line uses the word other district buildings. So if you're just looking at this without reference to any other motions, you don't know what other district buildings refers to. So you may want to identify them for this motion.
You also want to spell out
Could
what
we say
LSAC is.
non-educational I don't know
Well,
if
why
that's
can't we
the right
just say
word.
this is specific to LSAC?
Why don't we
Okay.
spell out what LSAC is at some point?
Okay, so say instead of
For the long-term
Well-
plan for capacity and efficiency,
for the uses currently being, I'm making,
Yeah,
the
for the
uses
uses
currently
currently
being
taking
housed
place.
in the
law school.
law
admission-
school admission
count.
center. Yeah, bracket LSAC.
Sorry, one more time?
Long-term capacity and efficiencies for the use,
Uses currently being used are housed in the law school admission
Uses
building, LSAC.
currently being housed
Currently housed.
Currently housed.
at the law, they get it spelled out.
Very well, we'll come back and get a little information.
Okay. Anything else
So we're only looking at LSAC for this.
in this motion, yes?
Matt, you have to spell out law school admissions council. Is it council?
Yes.
And then put parentheses around LSAC after that, please. Do we need the last sentence, the last part?
Can we
second
say the
part?
last sentence, because it says closure of Richboro Middle School in it?
Yeah, that's my,
Additionally, the plan should include termination of the lease
Addition-
following
SS.
reassignment of student programs from the LSAT building, period. How about that?
short guy.
Two S's.
ADMISSIONS.
It used to be so hard this morning, you just make me cry.
Lose the T. There you go.
Okay, and then what if we just stop it here?
Yeah, I'd like you to stop it there because we want to talk a little bit more about the relocation or not of the Sloan program. We could begin to terminate uses all the way up to that.
Stop here and delete the rest.
Well, do we want to put a date on it though?
Well, let's do that after he takes it.
Wait 1 second,
You don't want to
because
wait till
certainly
19.
if we,
I'm sorry.
one of the
You
things,
have, your lease ends.
what?
You have a stop date because your lease ends.
2019.
No, your lease ends in 2016.
All right, then say October 16 and then period.
We don't have an option to extend that lease?
Do.
But do we want,
Well, no, but I think we have to be clear on, because
We have an option to extend the entire lease. Whether we have an option to extend a part of the lease, I doubt it. I think we'd have to go back in and renegotiate the lease. Rob would have to take a look at it.
I imagine you're correct, Mark.
I would just trying to have some continuity in the things. I'm glad to take out the October 2019, but I'd like to make some reference to that if it's still there at the time the Richboro Middle School is no longer used as a middle school, that it would be considered to be moved there.
Here's my only concern, and you can absolutely tell me I'm wrong and it's a cost that we shouldn't incur, and I think Dr. Lambert can join me in this. That slice of facility that Sloan is in is ideal for that alternative school. In a perfect world, we would keep that part of it and renegotiate a lease with LSAC. In a perfect world, I mean, we'd still look elsewhere for the program, but it fits it has fit ideally the kids there and the program there. It feels like a school, but it's separate from a school. It has some of the amenities that we would need. It may not be perfect, but all I'd like is the option to continue that conversation for the next year or two as we get to the end of the lease. It may be physically impossible to renegotiate that lease, and LSAC may not want only that small use, but I don't know if I know you agree with me, Dr. Lambert. It continues to be, it was one of those perfect finds for us. Everything else came as a result of us walking through and saying we could use this and we could use that, but if we migrate the Network Operations Center out, we migrate Achieve to some other places that we've been looking at, I think I'd at least like the option to continue to talk about Sloan there.
So you are specifically speaking of the alternative program.
Only the alternative school.
And if Richboro Middle School were no longer to be used as a middle school and was to become a replacement, if you will, for Twining Ford, my point was, at that point, with an empty building, you may have renewed the contract in 2016, but at the point where we get to Richboro Middle School is excess but still in use, but still considered. When Richboro becomes available, if we decide to stay with it, you've got to move it there. So
Understood.
that's what I'm trying to build into this.
Absolutely understood. But again, it gives you another option. If you have that facility there, then perhaps you don't need to repurpose. That's my only point. So-
But I wouldn't necessarily assume it anyway. I mean, we haven't even had a discussion of what would happen to the Richboro Middle Building.
My point is I'd want to consider at that point, because anytime I
No
have a
question.
building, Could be Wrightstown, it could be Rolling Hills, it could be another school by that time, who knows?
I feel like you're, and I say this respectfully, I feel like you're trying to come up with the plan and we're trying to handle the motions.
Who, me?
Yeah. And so I'm second guessing it because I feel like you're, I mean, I don't know.
I always had a problem with where to put the alternative school anyhow, or where it would go effectively. Because it's been so many places. I'm just struggling with it. Because I really, it's expensive building, and I'd like to be out of it. I'd like to be done with it.
So on this motion, do you want to take out the last line that says additionally the plan should include the termination of the lease? Or do you want to, the plan being the plan the administration does?
I'm good if it just ends from the LSAC building, period.
From here?
Yeah.
This part?
Yeah,
And take
because
out the dates and this.
it means,
Yeah, that's what I said originally, kind of.
or if you want to say termination/renegotiation. You know, I mean, because if there's a plan, you know.
What do you want?
I'm not okay with that. I'm okay with leaving the date in bed, but
Right.
I'm not okay with the renegotiation.
I think you have to target getting out of the building at this point.
Okay,
And you
so,
can always change
so
it.
if you put the period, yeah, take the rest of it out.
I'm lost. I don't know what you want.
I don't want the word renegotiating.
Okay, so that's not in there, so we can delete that, Matt. Additionally, the plan shall include the termination of the lease following the reassignment of student programs.
It leaves it open that if he keeps the student program there, he doesn't
Right.
have to
Yeah.
close it up.
Is everybody okay with that wording?
Yep.
Okay, then, Mr. Biley, can you make this motion?
Sure. I move the administration shall develop a long-term plan for capacity and efficiency for the uses currently housed at the Law School Admissions Council LSAC building. This includes directing the administration to begin reducing the use of the LSAC building with commensurate reduction in lease payments starting by August 31st, 2015, from the elimination of all facility use that is not used as instructional space for students. That's a long sentence. Additionally, the plan shall include the termination of the lease following the reassignment of student programs from the LSAC building.
Second.
Can we vote? Anybody need to say anything? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Block?
Yes.
Mr. Abramson?
Abstain.
Mrs. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Bialik?
Yes.
Dr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Grubb?
Yes.
Mrs. McKessie?
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Emerson, do you want to make a motion, or?
The last one?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Again, he uses the word other district buildings.
Okay, so you want
So
to,
you should identify what those are.
will we just take other district buildings
Can
out
we
and
just
say?
say non-school buildings owned by the district? Or buildings that are not used as schools?
Is there anything else besides Twining Ford?
Well, there's this building.
And there's Howells?
That's just language, not a building.
Well,
We just want to say Twining Ford? I mean,
Yeah,
we don't
no,
have
you're
to say
looking
other.
at capacity
Just make it
efficiency.
specific to 24.
You're looking at this building, you want to optimize
Oh,
the use of this
Chancellor.
building. You want to optimize the use of whatever buildings are not being used, are not being used as student spaces. So it might be Richboro, it might be Twining Ford. Do you want to, and properties, do you want to include and properties? Which then allows you to talk about house and what else is property that we have.
I don't know what the will of the board is. I don't know if you guys want specifically Twining Ford, or if you want really everything else that hasn't been talked.
It should be all inclusive, just so we can about it.
Yes?
All non-school property.
Yeah.
All non-school properties?
All buildings, yeah.
All
Non-school properties and buildings, I think that's good.
non-school buildings and properties, properties and
Yeah,
buildings.
right, but it's-
You got that, Matt?
No, not even close.
Okay. I move the mission to develop a long-term plan capacity for take out for efficiency, for capacity and efficiency of all non-school district buildings, go to after the word buildings.
Non-school district.
No, on all non-school buildings,
Take district out.
take out
Take
district.
out, buildings, and then put and properties after that buildings.
Owned by the Council Rock School District.
properties owned by the council's Rock School District. And now, do you still want this second sentence that says, period, let's put a period there. This includes the evaluation and relocation of Twiningford? Do you still
Sure.
want that sentence in? Calling out that property specifically?
Evaluation shall include.
Shall, this,
Evaluation.
the word evaluation, Matt, I'm sorry. This shall include an evaluation of relocating the Twiningford facility and use and potential for repurposing or selling Twiningford property?
You might as well add or leasing after selling.
Why don't we just say this shall include an evaluation of the 24 facility?
Repurposing counts as leasing. It includes leasing, in my view.
All right. Is there anything else anybody wants added or deleted from this?
Well, because you're not really relocating, just so we're clear. The trailers, we are relocating. We're moving them away. We're not relocating the 24th facility. We're not picking up the buildings and moving them.
Okay.
We're reevaluating, an evaluation of the services, of the activities at, thank you, Matt. He wrote
Is
the
that all
motion,
right?
so pretty much everything.
Anything else? Does anybody need anything else added or deleted? Okay, Mr. Aronson, are you okay to make the motion?
I'll make it. I move the administration shall develop a long-term plan for capacity and efficiency of all non-school buildings and properties owned by Council Rock School District. This shall include an evaluation of relocating the activities located at the Twiningford Road facility and the use and potential for repurposing or selling the Twiningford property.
It should be or
Can I have a
sale-
second?
It should be or sale
Second.
of. Or sale of. But that's just grammar. Keep going. I'm not going to change it.
Does anybody need to make a comment?
It should be changed. Sale of.
Can you change the word selling to sale of? Thank you. Mr. Aronson, will you accept the change?
All right, yeah, I'll move to change selling to sale.
No, read the whole
Okay.
thing, Henry. Okay.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Okay, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Block,
Yes.
Mr. Abramson,
Abstain.
Wait a minute. Can you go back to that motion, Matt? Can I ask that we add some concept of date to this? When do you want to see a plan? Is it contingent upon something else? Do you want to see it now, or
I'd like
when
to see
something
it
else
before
happens?
midnight tonight. What I'd like to-
Yeah, well, good luck at that, my friend.
Not a chance.
Sorry, apologize.
When does anybody want to see it? When do you want to see the plan?
I think
What's
based
a
on the
reasonable
next
time
motion
frame?
that's coming, we're gonna talk about the date to get all this stuff together, so
And-
I'm fine leaving it
so
this way.
And you already have two people who have voted, two board members who have voted. So I urge you to have all 9 cast their vote, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But you've got 2 who voted.
Well, I'm not going to
Okay.
vote for this because it doesn't say when. It could be
Okay.
2035.
Continue with the roll call
Mrs.
vote, please.
Brooks,
Wait, I'm confused. Can we table the motion and just add in, I asked Mr. Klein a question, I think he was about to answer, so.
Well, 2 people voted, so I have to ask solicitor. He's the one having.
You can actually ask if they want to change their votes.
No, I think that they voted on this motion. I think all 9 members ought to vote.
Okay.
Mrs. Brooks,
Abstain.
Abstain.
Mr. Bialik,
I'll abstain.
Dr. Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Grupp,
I'll abstain.
Mrs. McKessie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton,
I'm going to abstain because I also agree that a date wouldn't hurt it.
Mrs. Thomas,
Yes. I agree a date wouldn't hurt it either, but we can always add it. Okay, so motion fails. So somebody want to make a new motion or ask
Well,
questions?
So the question was asked, when, and the dilemma I have is until I know where, when is hard for Twining. So if you tell me that 2019 is the consistent date around here, we can begin to take a look at a Twining migration to another facility. So
Well, here's-
you can put somewhere between, you can put in 2 years, you can begin that process. But until you have a place to move those important functions at Twining out, it's going to be very difficult for me to give you a plan about where that's going to go. We can model some things early. I mean, I can model some things within the next
Or
year that would
Can we
say,
leave it vague and say at the time that another building in the district is available for repurposing?
we can give you an if-then diagram, and we can also potentially, if that property were to sale, do a sale leaseback for that period of time that we're waiting for something else to open up.
Here's the problem. You focused on the words that were included as a shall include. Okay, the first sentence of the thing talks about all property, which would include if there were a better use for something in this building that we chose to move to north into the excess capacity that's there, we should do it when it presents, not when Richboro Middle School is done, not when Wrightstown does whatever it does. So that you want to do it at some point and revisit it on a regular schedule, I'm okay with. But I think we look at this building, we talked about this building too. Is there something that would be better put in this building? We have training space downstairs, by example, do we not?
Yes.
That could be accommodated elsewhere. So I'm not asking you to change it, and I don't want to get into what Kyle accused me of, which was trying to make the plan here. But there are things that can happen, given the structure we have now, that later could be updated to include facilities as they become available.
We can give you a tentative overview of what it would take for the properties that we own and the changes in a short period of time. But it would always be contingent on where would you move these things and how.
Correct.
We evaluate the space in this facility all the time to see what's best to move and what isn't. And we had flexibility when we were dealing with the Law School Admissions Council to be able to move things back and forth. As you migrate functions out of there, you will begin to use this facility even more, and with less space being flexible down there. We may not need a training room anymore. We may have to move data managers over here. So we have already begun that process. It won't be hard for us to model that for you.
And that's why I say, so if you want to say that you want to deliver us a plan of that in 6 months, which was a
July 1,
preliminary plan.
2015 will give us a chance to look at it.
A preliminary plan, fine, with an eye, you know, and the expectation is that you will revise this
Annually, just like
as
that.
space
July
becomes
1,
available.
Preliminary plan July 1, both of
Okay.
those make sense.
This plan shall be delivered
As a preliminary plan.
as a preliminary plan. I'm
No,
repeating
you don't
Mr.
need that.
Gravel. Okay, what?
I don't think you need that.
I don't need the
Okay.
question. This plan shall be delivered to the board by the first meeting in,
Well, there's only one meeting in July.
Yeah.
at the meeting in July. Well,
Well,
usually,
okay,
this
then
should
that-
have.
2015.
But then you need to move the 24 part after that and talk about in subsequent versions of the plan, it shall include the evaluation of reload. Because you're not going to do that now.
Well,
Yeah,
we can
do a
evaluate it.
plan. Do a
Oh,
plan.
We may not be able to tell you exactly where, but we can
Successive.
tell you some other things, whether they're willing buyers and things like that.
Just right click, Matt.
My brain is pretty much. Matt, can you add 2015 after July, please? Within the
Yeah,
column.
2015, right.
Within the column.
Okay,
Take out the column.
take out the comma.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, Mr. Aronson, would you like to make this motion? Just really modifying the last motion?
I move the administration shall develop a long-term plan for capacity and efficiency of all non-school buildings and properties owned by Council Rock School District. This shall include an evaluation of relocating the activities located at the Twining Ford Road facility and the use and potential for repurposing or sale of the Twining Ford property. This plan shall be delivered at the board meeting in July 2015 and successive years thereafter.
Other questions or comments? Can we have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Mr. Biley. Any other questions or comments? We have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Grubb, excuse me.
Yes.
Mr. Grubb, yes. Mrs. McKessie?
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton?
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Block?
Yes.
Mr. Abramson?
Abstain.
Mrs. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Bialik?
Yes.
Dr. Foster?
Yes.
Okay, so now we go back to the first motion. Mr. Block?
Wordsmith first.
So it's a long one, so if there's anything you want changed, please let us know.
I don't think we need it. Not to dismiss any of the work you've done, Andy and Wendy. I think we addressed
Don't work I've done.
the timing issues in each one of the motions as everyone saw fit, and I just don't think we need it.
I would like to see all of the motions put together in a single solitary plan, for me. That's just what I'm saying.
That's what we did. And we have a timeline from each one of the motions.
Yeah, but I think it's important to lay out the impacts and implications over the time period of those motions. So on an annual basis, we can see how we're doing against that plan and course correct where it's necessary.
Could these be just included in the minutes? Would that be enough to memorialize what you're trying to do without a necessary vote?
I mean, isn't that like the preamble
That's
to
what
the five-year plan? I mean, I don't
To
really
me,
see it
this
as
is
a motion.
documentation of everything all at once. So the new town could come back to us, and Holland could come back to us, and next June we could get 20 forward. But I'd like to see a document that spreads out the time frame, when things are gonna happen, what the financial impacts are over time. We saw some preliminary documents that as a board, that Mr. Klein had started to work on in that vein. So for me, I don't know that it has to be as complex as all this for me, but what I'm looking for is a single document that lays out all the timing, all the dates of when they're gonna be met, and the financial implications of the items.
Yeah, but you don't need a motion to do that. You're asking for a motion to affirm motions, and
No, I'm asking
some
for
of
a
them.
plan to tie them together.
But I don't think you are. And
Well, I'm
some
not
of
saying
the-
that this word's
some
okay,
of-
but-
Some of the things I voted yes for, and some things I voted no for. So by that, I have to vote no for this.
So what I think if I summarize what you're trying to do, which would be for those motions passed earlier this evening, the board is directing the administration to include a summary in an ongoing manner that incorporates each of these points.
Yeah.
Along with,
The capital plan, the bullet.
well, but the key is along with forecasting expectations.
Well, but you have it down here. It says calendar over 5 years with the costs. So you've actually, so that's all you're asking, which is
That's all
for
I'm
those
asking.
motions previously passed by the board this evening, the administration is to provide their plans and include these measures as well. And
I don't think you need to limit it in that way. Because
as well, to include.
No, I mean, you don't need to say for the motions passed this evening. This is a general body of work that's expected. The motions could change. We could decide not to do Newtown Middle. Who knows? This is something that we want to come back to. And whenever we progress, we want to connect it to our financials, our fund balance, our class size. I think we'll have to ask the administration, is this an extra burden? Is this an extra level of work, or is it something that's kind of emerged anyway out of what you do?
I'm just gonna sign it to Bob, so it's not a burden to me.
No, is it? I mean, you're gonna.
We're going to do July 31st.
You can't build
Thank you
Newtown
for
Middle
asking
without
that.
without.
We really have worked to put some of this together. Obviously, this has been the better part of a 4-month process to put this together. So Bob has some of the preliminary financials, I have some of the preliminary pieces. We can do models of staffing and things that are asked for here but again, I would always put in trends that they're models based on what we know right now. 2-3 years out, they may not be accurate, but it's not gonna be it'll take us some more time, but it's not a burden.
Can we say where plans are requested, the plans shall include the following items? And then we list the bullet points. Does that help you, Andy?
No, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but for me, to see all of the motions laid out over time, the forecasted financial implications over time, so we can measure ourselves against a plan and course correct as things potentially change is really important. For me, it was important to lay that out up front.
And I'm fine with it.
Hang on a minute, it wasn't the will of the board to do that, they wanted to move that to the back. I think it would be irresponsible not to pull that together, to be able to show people that we've got a plan, that there's a forecasted set of financials behind it, and we're acting against that.
And I agree with you. I'm 100%, as you know, for a 5-year plan. I just don't know if we need a motion to get the 5-year plan. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. I don't see it as a motion. I see this as like the introduction to, or the descriptor of our 5-year plan. So if, I mean, I want,
Well,
I'd
the
like to
motion
break-
directs the administration to come back with a document to us.
Okay, so then I would,
How's a plan not have any of these key metrics against it? How do we know if that plan's working out or not?
I'm not saying that it shouldn't.
No.
I'm just saying that I don't see it as a motion. I think that I don't, the 5-year plan is all of those other things, and when they come back to us with those deliverables at those dates, it will include that, and that could be the direction of it. I just don't see it as a motion, but if everybody wants it to go as a motion, it's fine.
The only part that for me is whether we do it as a motion or not, Mr. Klein's already done some of the legwork. I would like to have everything tied together so I can see it, how it's all going to impact each other, both financially and date-wise, how all these things lay out. I mean, we've done them individually. I think it's a worthwhile exercise, and I think it's worthwhile to go back to that document this year, update it with new things, and take off the things you've done and adjust. So, you know.
I don't disagree.
Right.
I just don't
The
necessarily, I
motion for
think
me
that's
is
the
just
normal.
directing the wrap-up
No,
of it.
I don't disagree with you. I just think that that's part of the requirement of looking at the 5-year plan every
So we
year.
don't need a
So
motion to
if,
ask you to do it, right?
Ask
So-
me to do it.
We'll ask Mr. Klein to do it, and
So then you can make, if you have to have a motion, then you can make a motion that the administration develop a 5-year plan, taking into account all the previous motions passed tonight. I'm uncomfortable with passing a motion to approve the motions that are already
That's
passed.
fine.
Oh,
I'm
no,
saying it's
no,
fine. We can
agreed,
wordsmith
I think
this.
we fell away from
agreed.
that.
Right.
We fell away from that quickly.
Never mind that.
yeah, no,
exactly what you
that
just
wasn't
said
the
is
intent.
fine.
Exactly what you
That's
said
what I'm
was the
saying.
intent, Mark.
But that's not how it's worded, so.
Okay, well,
So can you explain to me where it has revenue appropriation forecast, pull out Peacer's debt service line items? Can you explain that to me?
I was considering, for me, I thought it would be helpful to see some of the bigger items that could impact the budget that were outside some of the programming.
So when I read pull out, I read omit. Remove.
Sorry, highlight.
Okay, that's better. Thank you.
okay, well, we need to give Matt direction unless he's been able to keep up. I move that CRSE will,
It's important.
can you read, Mark, what you said before?
Oh, no. No, I have to think about it.
No, I think we will create, CRSD will create a capital project plan. There'll be no less than 5 years to be reviewed annually and adjusted as needed. The plan includes, and then kill the rest of it, at the bottom, I think.
The motions
The plan.
passed this evening.
Includes the motions passed this
Oh,
evening. I
yeah,
think
sure.
it's just as simple as you
Sounds
said,
good.
right?
Yes.
And then leave this document shall and delete everything. Oh, no, you want it presented on December 4th? Is the timing okay?
And I would recommend,
Okay, well, here's not, I'm sorry, Jerry, just hold it for 1 second.
There we are.
Say, this plan will be presented, and then go to December 4th, 2015, Matt. You can delete that stuff in between there.
Each year, you want to present this plan at the
No,
second
we
meeting in
understand.
December?
This information will be presented to the board annually at the first meeting in November. We were trying to move it up in the
I'm
future.
trying to move it back because, again, every 2 years, you'll have potentially new board members. You will have presented it to people who are leaving.
You want to move back?
So,
I think that's good.
Yeah,
Second meeting in December?
yeah.
okay,
Is that the
move to
reorg?
second meeting.
No,
in
the first
November.
meeting in
Yeah.
December is reorg.
We do it first or second?
Second, because the first one's a reorg, nothing happens. That way, the new people come in, they have the meeting, and then they also get to go through
In
the,
2 weeks to
December.
review this.
right, and vote on it.
In December, each year, beginning in 2015. And take out the 4th. In the extra 2 weeks. This information will be presented.
You're missing year and
That last sentence then can go after 15. The document shall be called the CRHS 5-year plan and will include the following. I don't know, whatever you guys want. And what? Shall?
Shall include the following.
And shall include the following?
A and D, shall, and shall.
All right, anybody else object?
I'm sorry, one.
Have
one
any other issues?
The second sentence, the plan shall include the motions passed this evening?
Matt doing it?
I'm sorry, the second sentence, the plan shall include?
Into the mic, he can't hear you, probably.
The plan shall include?
I very much could keep up. And shall include. Is that right, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, Andy, can you read the motion, please? Yeah, Mr. Abramson.
Well, the last one, near and dear to my heart, class size by grade and capacity. So that's taken into consideration the class size guidelines as they are now?
Well, whatever they are at the time. If another board changes them, they have to.
Again, these for me anyway, this was intended to be forecasted, to show how we're using facilities, which should guide some of our
But
course
today's would
corrections we make
include
to the
ours.
plan.
But as long as the admin knows that we're talking about the class size by grade, so they
Would
don't
it-
have any discretion to go outside the class size, the elementary.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I read that to mean we'll do what we typically do in a couple months, but Joy and I'll sit down and create our projections for next year based on what current enrollment is and where we've seen enrollment flex. So next year you'll know this is how many fifth graders might be at Hillcrest, this is how many sixth graders might be, and it will spring from there, a capacity slash
You
efficiency.
move that up a grade and
Exactly.
add a couple kids.
Can you
Or
change,
take a few away.
Yep, that's exactly what
in
we're
your
planning.
first sentence,
We have
can
to
you
do
make
one
it?
thing at a time, I'm
Oh,
sorry. Okay, does that answer your question, Mr. Anderson?
I think so.
Okay, Mr. Grubb.
We'll create a 5-year capital projects plan to be reviewed annually.
I don't know where you are.
I
so-
move that the CRSD.
Is Matt calling you?
Yeah.
I can't look up there right now, it's my head.
A 5-year capital project plan.
You need a GPS to go.
Rolling 5-year?
Fine. Okay, roll, he wants to have the word rolling. A rolling,
I'm just throwing it out.
that's fine, I don't care. A 5-year, just put a 5-year capital project plan.
Well, it says to be reviewed annually. So
Yeah, that will be reviewed and updated annually, right?
Capital project fund. Or, yes, you're right.
Okay. Mr. Block, do you want to read the motion? We're losing people. Come on, let's go. Let's get this done.
Well, we still have the other motions tonight, guys. Still gotta buy
Miss,
the truck.
I know.
The whole agenda.
Mr. Block, can you please read the motion?
I move the administration shall develop a 5-year capital projects plan that will be reviewed and updated annually and adjusted as needed. The plan shall include the motions passed this evening. The plan will be presented annually at the second board meeting in December each year, beginning in 2015. The document shall be called the Council Rock School District 5-year plan. It shall include at a minimum the following capital plan investments in the buildings calendared over 5 years of cost, revenue/appropriations, forecast highlighting PSERS, debt service line items, fund balance forecast, tax assumptions, teacher, staff headcount assumptions, class size by grade and capacity by building in consideration of efficiencies.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any comments or questions? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Brooks,
Yes.
Mr. Bialik,
Yes.
Dr. Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Grubb,
Sure, yes.
Mrs. McKessie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Block,
Yes.
Mr. Aberson,
Abstain.
Okay. Are there any additional motions that people would like to make on this topic at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
I move to remove from instructional use all and any trailers slash modular classrooms at any and all CR schools by the beginning of the school year 2015-16.
Do we have a second?
Say that again?
I'm sorry, there's people who didn't hear you, Mr. Biley.
I move to remove from instructional use all and any trailers slash modular classrooms at any and all Council Rock schools by the beginning of the school year 2015-2016.
Second.
Mr. Klein, at this point, given the motions that you heard this evening, this motion would prompt you to take what actions if it were approved?
You would have to take one more modular unit off of Richboro, and you would have to take at least
Richboro Middle.
Middle 6 from Newtown Middle.
That you had intended to use next year.
That would not be our recommendations right now. We haven't even looked at Newtown Middle as a potential, and we'd be potentially taking away some flexibility and space if we needed it, as you did the new project. So that would be, I mean, if you tell me to do it, we'll try to make it work, but that wouldn't be our recommendation.
Okay, so it would not have, just so I hear it in terms on, it would have no effect on your elementary school program because you've already accounted for removing all. We have none at the high school, so we're clear there. So it would affect 6 at Newtown Middle and 1 at Richboro Middle, and how many at Newtown, and Holland's empty, right?
Again, I haven't looked at Newtown, so I'm not sure about exactly the number there. I think it's 6, but I'm not sure. We're taking, I think we have 9 or 10 there, Doug. Pardon me?
I'm sorry, which building?
How many?
Newtown Middle.
So while hearing that, so while I, go ahead.
That just,
Nine, but we got
that's,
four coming out.
4 coming out. How many are left? 6 or 5?
all right, that's how many trailers. I don't
5.
care about how many trailers.
No,
What
they're used.
educational programming is
They're all in
happening
there.
in the?
There are resource rooms. There's speed.
Actually, I'm looking at a document that came to us in January, and it is showing Newtown Middle School has health, 2 health and 3 world language.
Right. Okay.
We moved to health already.
So for
So-
me,
Both health have already been removed?
I have to confirm. I know 1 has been moved.
so for me at this point, while I appreciate the notion behind the motion, I really can't go with it because the impact on education of the children in the district hasn't been reviewed in advance to know what it would be. So I'm going to have to vote no on this at this time. I am okay if the administration were to come back and report to us exactly what is in those buildings, in those rooms at this time, but right now, absent that information, it's like on the GMATs where you say, I don't have enough information to make a decision.
I'm going to do public comment. Go ahead. Anybody else? Because we're going to do public comment then. It's a brand new motion.
Let me ask the solicitor, because this may conflict with what's already been moved tonight, would we have to rescind where it's contradictory to this motion?
It's not
No,
contradictory.
it would supersede and replace those. First of all, I don't interpret I don't have a command of where all of the trailers are in the district, obviously. But I don't interpret it necessarily to be conflicting. I understand it to be going further, perhaps, than what the earlier motions did. So, first of all, I don't know that there's a conflict, although I'll leave that to the administration's expertise. But secondly, even if it did, I think you're superseding and replacing the earlier motions to the extent that they do conflict.
The motion that I think Rick is referring to is specifically reads elementary schools.
It would potentially supersede the Richboro direction, but I read it
Well, that-
only as to add the 3rd.
Well, right, it wouldn't, the Richboro did not say, it only said to take away 2. It did not say to begin using only 1 of the 3. So it wouldn't contradict the one at Richboro Middle either.
Any other comments? Okay, before we vote, we're going to have public comment. Anybody would like to comment on this motion?
sorry, Nancy
No.
Carroll, Newtown Borough. It is my view that in order to take the trailers off, the teachers who are out there would have to go to the empty spaces. It is my view, and I have been told by Mark, that middle school creates a lot of empty spaces just because of the fact that they have this team period, there's a prep period, there's a lunch period for every teacher. So when we took the tour of Newtown Middle, there appeared to be lots and lots of empty classrooms, only because of what a middle school configuration looks like. Because every teacher has their own class, they have a prep period, every teacher has to go to lunch, that's 2 periods a day that the rooms are not occupied, and then there's like specials or team periods that sometimes they're not occupied. I believe for the safety of the children that it would mean 5 or 6 or 7 teachers going to empty classrooms, which we've done tons and tons of in this district when we didn't have enough classrooms, that they could do it for 4 years. My view would be to take them off, bring the kids in, and make them safe. Thank you.
This is just about this motion, right? I thought that the Richboro one failed, didn't it? It passed? That passed? Okay.
We took 2 trailers off, that's all we did with the motion.
But it passed, okay.
That one.
So I just think you could say that this is for the middle school, since you already addressed the elementary schools, but you'd be voting to do this while the administration's saying we don't really think it's feasible. So, would it be possible instead to say that we instruct the administration to look at how quickly we could move those Newtown Elementary and the last remaining Richboro Middle trailer? As soon as feasibly possible, we want to do it, and please come back to us by January, whatever. How soon could it be done? Or could it be done? And that's all my comment, thanks.
John Roche, I don't know if it's the quality of the sound in the room or the quietness of some of the voices. I did not hear a second for that motion.
I did.
Pat, Mrs.
Okay,
Sexton did.
we did
I'm
not
sorry.
hear that. Okay,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
no. Anyone else? Okay, any other board comment?
I'd just like to say, I understand that the administration says that it's not feasible. I would just, to use other board members, I think it's time to be bold and to challenge the administration to say this has clearly been the objective or the desire of most of the board members I've talked to. It's very unsafe. It's way overdue, and I think that we should just get it done.
The fair answer is not about feasibility. The fair answer to that is we were never asked to look at Newtown and talk to the administration about how that would look and what we would do. So whether it is feasible or not, we've never even explored the potential of taking those extra classrooms off of there. And yes, those people could move into spaces inside, but how that's scheduled and what it would look like would be something that I've still not been able to talk to either Mr. Desko or Mr. Long about. That's all my concern is we haven't even looked at it to see whether it's feasible or not.
How long would it take along with everything
Not
else?
gonna
Because
take
I
long,
agree,
yes.
if you guys can take a look at it and get it done and it's feasible.
I was going to say, if the motion was made in the spirit of the other ones, to say put together a plan and come back to present to us, I would be more agreeable than to say definitively, no matter what the plan looks like and what happens to kids, I'll approve it tonight. But if it was come back in January with the plan, I would be good with it too.
I amend my motion to read, let's come back with a plan by January
The same
2015.
time,
Follow the same timeline as the others.
with at least some, basic information that,
That addresses the feasibility of removing the monitors.
Well, match the
Or-
language to the elementary one.
Or
Honestly,
just
I
say
feel a
this-
lot better about this, because now that I'm looking at this document that I pulled up, I think there's only 3 trailers being used with students.
Well, I would
And
say
so-
also to take the students out of them. If you need the trailers to sit there so the teachers can go out there to do their planning sessions, because we're going to use their rooms.
Well, listen, you can write it however you'd like, as long as there's no more kids in there.
Yeah, I think it's your intent.
So I think from instructional use answers that, but whatever verbiage you'd like to use to
Well,
get
let
that
it-
done.
Right, I agree with your intent, is what I'm saying.
I thank you for bringing that up, because I think this is important, and the language Matt could just match however it was worded for the elementaries. Yeah,
Students
right there.
instructional programs, yeah. Any other comments?
This is good.
Yep. Other comments? Questions? All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Do we need to amend the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, you are correct, I'm sorry. Mr. Biley, can you amend your motion, please?
Sure, I amend the motion
To read?
to read, I'm just gonna reread it. I move the administration shall develop a plan that removes all students / instructional programs from all trailers at the start of the 2015-2016 school year to be delivered at the first board meeting in January 2015.
The plan is to be delivered.
It's a little awkward, but
Who seconded it? Somebody else seconded
Second.
Patty did. That should actually.
You're okay, second?
Yes.
Okay. Are we,
Well, again, Matt, it should be a period after a school year, then you can just put the plan shall be delivered.
So you're re-amending your motion to what appears on the screen.
Yes, very good, thank you.
are
Second.
you okay with that?
Yeah.
You upset?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they
All right.
stop doing that.
Are we done?
We'll get these, I'll make sure you get a copy of
I just want to make sure the screen's complete before we do anything.
All right, Mr. Bilock, is that,
Yeah,
you're
I am.
amending your motion as it appears on the screen, and who seconded it?
Mrs. Sexton.
Fine.
There we go.
Okay. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Foster,
Yes.
Mr. Grupp,
Yes.
Mrs. McKessie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sexton,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas,
Yes.
Mr. Block,
Yes.
Mr. Abramson,
I'll abstain.
Mrs. Brooks,
Yes.
Mr. Bilock.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other motions that people would like to make at this time? Okay, we'll move on to the rest of our agenda, which just seems crazy at 11:32, but we will do that. Mr. Grupp, can you do item number 2, please?
Sure. I move to award pickup truck bid 1441 to Brian Hoskins Ford at a total cost not to exceed $32,300, subject to audit.
Second?
Mr. Biley, second. Any questions? Hearing
Look at me
no,
and shake your head no.
hearing no objection, I ask the secretary to record the motion as passing by unanimous consent. Fastest you ever got a truck. Item number 3, Mr. Biley, could you do both those motions?
I move to approve change order number GC01 to Maureen M. Welsh Elementary School masonry repairs and window replacement project in the credit amount of $36,538.10. Further, I move to approve change order number GC03 to ER Stubner Incorporated for the Goodnoe Elementary School additions and renovations project in the additive amount of $29,175.84.
Second.
Comments or questions?
Very, just one quick thing, which was, lest the community think that we're running through this without having read these. These items were presented at the facilities meeting. I believe there were at least 6 board members who were present at the most recent facilities meeting where these were presented. So these have been before the board, and they have been discussed and presented by Mr. Taylor in another public setting before this.
Other comments and questions?
The change orders themselves are incorporated into the memo as opposed to being a separate change order?
No, there are actual change order documents as a part of your packet.
They're not electronically current.
They're not electronically on
I don't
here.
have them, so I can't.
No, they are. They're just part, the memo
They're
is
part
just
of the
one
memo?
big
That-
document. Yep,
That's-
they're there.
So, okay, so what's incorporated, which I've seen, that's the actual change orders Nothing else?
We have to remember to separate them.
They should be
It's
separated,
all
I
one-
apologize.
One document, it's all
It's
there.
one link.
Okay, so what I'm looking at are the change orders?
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing no objection, I ask the secretary to approve to record the motions as passing by unanimous consent. Mrs. McKessie, item number 4.
I move to approve salt and de-icing materials, bid number 14-46, bulk rock salt at a unit price of $63.77 to Cargill Incorporated, and Morton Safety Salt at a unit price of $5.10 to Davis Feed Mill, for a total not to exceed cost of $19,303.20, based on quantities defined in the bid form, subject to audit.
Second.
Just want to mention that we're about to have a polar vortex next week, so it's time.
Time for salt.
Really?
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Mrs. McKessie, there's then a second motion in that, but let's ask the secretary to record this motion by passing by unanimous consent. And if you could read the next item.
I move to award the bid for the barn and outbuilding demolition at the House Tract General Construction to Vordran Construction, Inc. at a base bid total cost not to exceed $114,100, subject to audit and solicitor's review. I move to approve the House Tract farmland lease agreement as
That's
contained. Oh, sorry.
Just the barn and out.
Second.
building. Mr. Bialik seconds. It's very
Question?
expensive to demolish
Yeah.
a barn. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor reviewed these with the facilities meeting, right?
Yes.
Hearing no objection, I ask the secretary to record the motion as passing by unanimous consent. Item number 5, Mrs. Sexton?
Yeah, just took it off.
Sorry.
That's all right. I move to approve the house tract farmland lease as contained in the attachment to the agenda.
Second.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Taylor, because we were asked to come back and look at the cost for this lease.
Yes, I did research, and following the research and talking to a couple other turf companies and the farming manager at Del Val, we did arrive at an increased cost to Superior Turf by $10 an acre for this 3-year lease.
And how's that rank against other comparable turf farms?
It's the probably the highest lease amount in our region.
Just have a quick question. I see on here, item 3, it calls for the rent to be paid by August 15th. But it doesn't say anything about if the rent isn't paid. I don't know if that's necessary. I don't know.
Well, the district has the right to bring a lawsuit for unpaid rent and also to terminate the lease. So those things, essentially, if the tenant doesn't pay the rent on time, it's in breach of contract. So the district's remedy is to file a lawsuit or repossess the property, both of which it can do under this lease.
So the fact that this lease began in the past,
And that's okay. I spoke to that last time. I think a board member brought that up. I assume that this lease is taking effect at the time that the prior one expired. So the lease is being entered into this 6th day of November, but it's effective as of June 30th. So that's fine, as far as I'm concerned, from a legal perspective.
Question for you, and it's probably easily solved. Their liability insurance will...
Which paragraph?
I'm looking at 16. It's just a general question about liability insurance. For a farm that uses chemicals, their liability insurance will cover that, or is there supposed to do they have to have a separate rider to it? And should we, the tenant agrees to furnish the landlord a certificate of insurance, should we not be require of them a certificate of insurance with us being as named insured, not just a certificate of insurance? We should be named insured on their policy.
That's something that that can certainly be put into the lease and is probably a good idea.
Yeah, we do that with all the folks who use our facilities.
typically.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
don't- to answer your first question, Mr. Grupp,
on the chemical liability side.
yeah, I don't know. I suspect that there may be an exclusion in a typical general liability policy for that kind
So
of
do I.
liability.
And that would prompt an additional question then regarding that. I would expect them to have a rider regarding chemical usage if it's excluded. Who made the motion, and it was not subject to solicitor's review.
The motion was made by Mrs. Sexton.
Yeah, seconded.
Do you agree to solicitor's review?
Yes.
Thank you. So
Who
Mr.
seconded it?
I did.
So,
I
Mr.
agree.
Cox, you'll please explore the named,
Liability.
being a named insured on their policy, and that the policy includes coverage in the same amounts as listed here or with regard to any chemical liability.
I'm just going to write it into the copy that Mrs. Thomas signs tonight.
That works for me too.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Hearing no objection, is that correct? I ask the secretary to record the motion as passing by unanimous consent. Mr. Abramson, can you read item number 6?
Move to approve the attached distribution of the general fund balance and operating transfer to the capital reserve fund for the year ended June 30, 2014.
Second. Questions for Mr. Reinhardt? Again, much of this was covered at our finance committee meeting last week.
That's fine, but for the purpose of being transparent, can you please mention the dollar amount that we're transferring, not just...
We're moving $2,931,533.62 to the capital reserve.
And to our discussion earlier in the day, we spend about how much on summer renovations this year? About 4 million? About
The
4 million.
presentation at the facilities meetings, what, for next year was 4.4?
Sorry, that's what...
Correct?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly? So there's your budget, 2.9. That's, I'm just one person, it's just my opinion.
Respectfully, I'll wait for the others.
No. I figured you would, Mr. Taylor, but...
comment on it.
Any other comments on the finance motion? No? Hearing no objection, I ask the secretary to record the motion as passing by unanimous consent. Dr. Foster, can you take our last motion this evening?
With pleasure, for a bunch of reasons. I move to approve the Goodnoe Elementary School PTO donation request valued at approximately $15,000 for the installation of the vegetable garden at the Goodnoe Elementary School as outlined in the donation request form, subject to audit.
Second.
Thank you to the Goodnoe PTO.
Do you want to say anything?
I think there's a lot of horticultural energy on that PTO, and the teachers are excited. Mrs. Crawford has been a champion of it, working with the PTO. The parents, I think the kids are going to love it, and it's a good thing.
Newtown successfully had one of these, so it's great to see Goodnoe following along. Maybe the rest of the elementaries will follow soon. And then we can have a vegetable forum right before our board meetings.
Sounds good.
Vegetable
Any other
forum.
comments?
Vegetable forum.
Thank you to the PTO. I ask the secretary to record the motion as passing by unanimous consent. Board topics, are we good with moving on at this point? Okay, committee reports, academic standards, Ms. Brooks from tonight?
Yes, academic standards met tonight with a discussion of class size for those board members and members of the community that were unable to attend. The meeting was broadcast live and will be rebroadcast along with this meeting. And just so you know, the next steps are that Mrs. McClendon and I will have a conversation after Thanksgiving to plan how to address certain next steps, most specifically an updating of the policy, which has not been updated since 1999, and a review of how we're going to approach dates of finalizing things in the summer and setting class sections and things like that. So I'll give her an update after I've met with Mrs. McClendon to give an indication to the board when we will address that during a board meeting. And on December 4th is our next academic standards meeting, where we will have a presentation of the school performance profile, PSSA results, and Keystone exams.
Facilities? Ms. McKessie, anything to add?
No, I don't think so, other than Doug, Mr. Taylor did distribute the updated capital improvements book at the last facilities meeting. Other than that, everything else here has been thoroughly covered. Next meeting is the 13th, which is next week.
Next week. NBIT, anything?
So finance also.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry,
not
I
listed.
don't know why finance isn't on here,
Yeah.
my bad.
So we met right after facilities last week. So Northampton came, Northampton Township supervisors came, Supervisor Silver, Weinstein, and more. We also had a visitor, distinguished visitor from the county, Rob Lockery, attended. We discussed Northampton's proposal for a local economic relief tax act, where some properties identified for Northampton it was proposed to be subject to a 5-year tax exemption for improvements. And Mr. Reinhardt presented facts about those properties that are interesting. So those properties in aggregate over the past 10 years had a decrease in their assessed values, averaging negative 3.4%, whereas the district as a whole over that time period had an increase in assessed values of 7%, with there being some differences across the municipalities. Newtown Borough had an increase of 15%, Wrightstown 24%, and Northampton was more flat. Mr. Reinhardt went on to describe what the impact would be if the LRTA brought in a 10% increase in the assessed values of those properties, excluding any kind of improvements that would be part of their development, like sidewalks and curbing. If that tax exemption brought in $28.5 million in private investment, it would cost the district about $350,000 a year for 5 years to get that $28.5 million. So there was a lot of discussion about that, and I think that's still ongoing. So it may come up to a vote at an upcoming board meeting. We'll see whether enough board members are interested in it. The next thing that we discussed was the results of operations for the last fiscal year. And I don't want to go into any details, just say that the fine work of the administration, I mean, it takes more than Mr. Reinhardt to make this happen and work, but basically the revenues were within 1.3% of the projection. The expenditures were 1.6% of projection, and the revenues in excess of expenditures were 1.5%. So that's pretty tight targeting, but it did lead to an excess that we just voted on to move money to capital projects out of fund balance. So that's it for finance as far as I recall. Next meeting is next week.
13th combined.
And I think Mr. Pinheiro may come to us to talk about transportation contracts. Okay.
Very good, thank you. NBIT?
NBIT, Mr. Bialik and I were both there, so Mr. Bialik may have some comments as well. I just want to say that there's a new NBIT promotional video available on the website at NBIT. If you go there, you can watch the new video.
Nestled in Jameson.
Nestled in Jameson, that's a quiet corner of the world with a little bit of road construction, but it's okay. And also presented at the meeting was the current enrollment. If you go to the Executive Council link, you can see all kinds of facts about the current enrollment of NBIT, what percentage of the students at various of the sending districts send to NBIT, how much of those children are special ed education versus regular education. It gives the breakdown of enrollment by the different programs, It shows the changes of enrollment over time versus the enrollment in the sending districts sent back to 1995. A great amount of data to look over for you to get a perspective on what goes on at NBIT. Anything else?
No, did a great job.
We're going to meet this coming Monday for our next meeting at NBIT, should you want to come out, because I haven't seen a lot of you out there, so you're welcome to come.
Thank you. Bucks County IU, Ms. Sexton,
Our
anything?
next meeting is Tuesday night, and we're going to meet at Tawanka, which is, many of our programs are housed there, particularly Brain Steps, which is
Yep.
something to
Amazing.
see.
Amazing.
Amazing program, so.
Great. Solicitor
There-
has a couple announcements.
There will be an executive session that I promise will be brief following tonight's meeting on potential litigation, and there will be an executive session on Saturday for purposes of discussing labor negotiations.
Public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the board. We'd ask you to limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please consider the fact that there may be young children in the audience or watching this broadcast on CRTV. It's our goal to maintain a respectful environment so that members of our community have an equal opportunity to address the board without interruption. While the board welcomes your ideas and will consider them in deliberating an issue, we may not respond to your comments or questions. Please come to the mic.
Jenny Schottmiller from Wrightstown. If any kids are still awake, go to bed.
Yeah, I know. So when I said that, I thought the same thing.
So one thing I'm not clear on, the administration is charged with coming back in the first meeting in January with a plan to take all the trailers off the elementary schools. But didn't they do that on October 16th? I saw the administration present a plan to take all the trailers off and move 5 and 6 grades from Wrightstown to Newtown. So I'm just not clear on how that presentation or recommendation would be any different from the one that we've already seen. Not that you have to answer that right now. Just wanted to reiterate that the plan for next year to look at redistricting, it seems to me what you're saying is that you're going to start earlier in the year looking at capacity and things like that, and that as it gets later in the year, around October, you have the final numbers and you'll be, hopefully by then close to making a decision. But the plans I've seen, the school districts I've seen that seem to do a really good process involve the community in that, and there's specific dates and processes, and there's lots of different ways they involve the community. Not like the capital planning where you put them on a committee and they go off and do their own work, but that they're on a committee that includes also staff or also board members, or that there are, for example, PTO representatives coming to the meetings designated to carry the message back to the schools, which we didn't have through this process, which I think would go a long way. We tried to go to PTO meetings and involve them, and there was confusion among people on the PTO about where should they be involved in this or not, or like the administration, it was told not to talk about it. So if you had actual PTO members that were invited as representatives to carry the message back, I think it would do a lot for the information coming to the communities, and then also feedback coming from those individuals to the board. One school district did that. One school district put up interactive maps so that when people were coming to the meetings to talk, they had a lot of information, or surveys, or specific community meetings. So I think it would be good to look at ways that you could involve the community, which are important stakeholders in any redistricting process, with specific timelines and dates and objectives for that work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lee Shepherd, Wrightstown. I'm a little confused over one item, and I have a statement about another. If I heard right, I heard 5 votes, possibly 6. Mr. Grupp, we couldn't hear you in the back. For voting for an expenditure of, no, let me just get to the, you voted to pass for Newtown Middle School to be built, but you don't even have a budget for what the item's going to cost. It's going to cost somewhere between 50 and, what, 14, 13 we've heard in the audience tonight? I've never seen a board pass a vote to pass something where you don't even know what the line item was going to cost before you voted for it. I think that was irresponsible, and it was not representing taxpayers. Secondly, we've had this argument for 17 years since I've been coming to these meetings on Rick's, and Rick and I disagree on this, where we kind of agree. Transparency is not advertising. That's not advertising. Transparency is what Chester does at his meetings, what Mike does at his meetings, what all the townships do at their meetings. And I know the school board says it's too long to do this, but on every motion, Tom will look out, Chet will look out and say, does any public have a comment on this motion? That's governing for the people. I get school districts, I've talked to Tommy, I've talked to Scott, I've talked to Steve. School districts have this a pass. I don't like it, it's the way it is. So I don't see this as transparency. But all that said, tonight was great because it wasn't done in the back room, it was done in front of the public, and I appreciate that. So mixed message there, thanks.
You know, they say don't watch how a bill is put together. It's kind of like seeing sausage. Well, today I have indigestion, so thank you very much. Congratulations on chipping away even more at the layer of trust that I have in this school board, putting the needs of taxpayers as well as the general public as a top priority. For about the last 18 months, if not longer, we've been told we're not going to do anything. We have a committee working on that. The committee is going to come in with a report. That's going to tell us what we're going to do. I'd like to know how you expect any person in this community to volunteer to be on a committee ever in the future. You ask people to put in time, put in meetings, put themselves in front of the room sometimes and say something that might be very unpopular. You didn't even vote on a plan that they gave you. Basically, their work is totally for naught. They studied efficiencies. Now, it may not have been efficiencies to the definitions that you might have wanted, but they studied efficiencies. If they didn't study the efficiencies you wanted, that wasn't their fault. What I would like to propose, first of all, is if you ever have us pay for a study, either in terms of our time or our money, it be a requirement that whatever's proposed comes for a vote. If you want to vote no, that's fine. But basically what you said to these people is, thanks for your service, we're going to choose to ignore it. Very nice. And then we have people saying, oh, this is how we'll get better representation in the future. Why would any of these people want to spend another godforsaken 24, 30, 3,000 hours to come up with something in the future, knowing that, well, we don't like how it sounds, so we're going to find a way to do an efficiency study. You're kicking it down the can again, the can down the road again. We're now going to be paying for more schools than we need for at least another 2 years, instead of having voted tonight on a plan that was well thought out and well crafted. There are some other points. I want to know why the heck we can commit a future board to build a school, but we can't commit a future board to close a school. Now, we can tell them we'd like them to vote about it. You can commit anything you want because, as has been pointed out by at least one board member, at a following meeting you can vote the opposite. If you voted to close Richboro, that doesn't mean the board in 2018 has to go through with it. So it's absurd. It's funny how the one thing you could find agreement on that's going to happen in the future is spending our money. Yeah, let's build Newtown Middle. Who knows what it's going to cost? Close Richboro? Oh, man. But what if somebody is elected in 2017, doesn't want to do it? We'll be really cautious with that. It's absurd. It really is. It does not represent you well. It does not, and you do not represent us well when you do that. This idea of whose definition of effectiveness, it was brought up for discussion. I don't believe that definition has ever been answered. The number of full-size classrooms. What's a full-size classroom? Is that by square footage? If we squeeze the kids in a little tighter, does a slightly smaller room serve as a full-size classroom? Is it a classroom where every student has a laptop at their desk so they need a little more elbow room? What's a full-size class? I don't know what efficiency means in this district. And you didn't set any standard for it. So we're going to have an efficiency study that somebody's going to pay for. I wonder who. And we don't know what it's going to ask for. Wasting our time. It could have been done. A lot of the things, when it got time to make a tough decision, all you voted for is we want the administration to come up with a plan. Where's that been for the last 2 years? Where's that been for the last 4 years? Isn't this administration supposed to always be coming up with plans for you? So the best we got out of tonight is, well, let's ask them. Maybe by next October we'll have a plan, and we'll start this all over again. How many different studies have we paid for now? How much has that added up? It's got to be over $100,000 in different plans. When are you going to apologize to the taxpayers? And I would like to make a motion that you publicly apologize to every person who served on those committees and apologize to them for the absurd waste of time you've put them through. Because what you've done is taken some great people, some great ideas, and I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but they did the work you charged them with, and you stomped on it. You threw it in the trash. Those people deserve better, and so do I. Thank you.
Amy from Newtown. I don't agree with that. I don't think everybody's going to be completely happy in any one regard, but I don't think that the work was thrown in the trash. So I just want to say that a lot of the motions supported maybe half of the work that was in those proposals.
Amy, speak to the board.
Absolutely. Half of the work in those proposals addressed finding, efficiencies in the middle schools, and sometimes you have to spend to save, and so, I think we all know that that didn't happen, but just wanted to end it on a slightly less scary note. Have a good night.
Steve McGill, Holland, Northampton Township. I was on the committees, one of the committees, two of the committees when it was reconfigured. Went into it eyes wide open that the board was under no compulsion to vote on any of the recommendations. But I think looking at what has come out tonight, it's not all I hoped it would be, but it's some steps in the right direction. And I somewhat agree with John on some of the areas where, it could be done sooner. But that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get involved in this, because I think things do need to move along. Those are the kind of things that a board has to be willing to take the leadership in. I will tell you that, there's been a lot of talk about confusion on the part of the public, but I will also say that a lot of it is self-imposed, and I have proof of that in the last day or two. I paid for a robocall for people to contact the board about tonight's meeting. Out of 7,400 and some calls, I think there were probably 2 messages to the board that I heard about. Now maybe there's more, but I don't know. So people are self-imposing these things on themselves, all right? This, call it what you will. The fact that they're not informed, all right? And 70% of your local taxes are your school taxes. It's the one that you can probably impact the most. I do hope that we will put some heat on our state legislature to deal with the pension process. I do hope that we will have a tough but fair negotiation on our contract negotiations for the coming year. There's still a lot of people in our communities that are hurting, despite what the national numbers tell us it's not good out there. People's average net worth has been cut in half in the last 5 years. So it's not like everything's coming up roses out here. And I think we have to keep that in mind. And as far as capital expenditures, we've had experience with that where, you know, a number got thrown out at a meeting and just created an absolute firestorm for 3 years. So, you know, when you start talking about the cost of a middle school or the cost of renovations or this, that, or the other thing, you have to be very careful to say, well, the ballpark is this or the ballpark is that, okay? I know that when I first got involved in this, when we started talking about Newtown Middle, the number that was thrown around was, you know, I don't remember the group that came in and told us these, but it was something like 40-some million for renovations and 50-some million for a new school. Well, that was, you know, I mean, wasn't even Kentucky windage, okay? It was just numbers to kind of do a comparison. What they were trying to say was, you're going to spend almost as much to renovate that school as you're going to build a new school. Whatever those numbers turn out to be, whether it's 35 versus 40 or 45 versus 50, a building that old in that kind of condition, I think, you know, that the hidden costs that renovation is going to entail are, you know, you're going to have a real fudge factor in there to take care of that. So, and I think that's true when you get to any of these projects. I would offer you that now that the barn's going to be going on a house tract, I think you ought to consider looking at that as an open space sale to the municipality there. So that's all I got. Thanks for your service. I know this has not been easy, and I, for one, went eyes wide open into the committee work. Thanks.
Nancy Carroll, Newtown Borough, thank you for voting to take off the trailers. They're not off yet, but you did vote. And Mr. Bialik, thank you for thinking about the middle school kids and the trailers. I thought about it myself. Why wasn't Newtown ever mentioned? So I just assumed they were coming off, and I'm glad that you brought it up. Now, we're like 80% there. And Mr. Klein, you got to bring us over the finish line and get those trailers off for the sake of the kids. And we'll put it down in your legacy. He was the superintendent of all the superintendents who took the trailers offline. Now, unfortunately, I think I have to keep my New Year's resolution until that happens. And I'd like to get a new one for next year instead of having the same one I had in 2014.
If we get this one done this year, does that mean next year we'll back the wall? We may vote now.
My next resolution, though, is going to be to get you people to use real numbers and understand where the district is. You know how much I love the Schrader report and the 90% numbers. But even with the 90% numbers, we're under capacity in elementary by 67, middle school by 36, North by 718 under his 90%, South by 27. You have a school that is practically empty, and you're talking about putting Twining Ford, which is 14,300 square feet, into an 440,000 square foot building, Richboro Middle. So what the heck are we going to do with the other 61,140 square feet? That is not efficiencies. And the reason why you need an efficiency study is because we have schools that have no small-sized classrooms or middle-sized classrooms. And we know that a lot of education today is small group instruction. So we have all over the district kids who are in a small group instruction. I told you about the Schrader report shows 14 kids in 5 classrooms in one of the schools. That's why you need it, because you need to know the size of the classrooms, and by the way, full size is 660 or above, according to the state, and what's in them, how many kids are in them, and how often they're used. Because we also have a lot of people who are part-time to that school. We don't have a counselor for every school. We don't have a psychologist for every school. Yet in goodness plan, we got a room for both of them. We can't make a schedule so they can share a room. We need to use the schools efficiently because we need to spend the money on the kids. Thank you very much, and thank you for your vote.
Do you have something to say?
I do. We have board comment for a moment.
Okay.
Sorry, just takes a moment.
Go ahead.
You know, one of the speakers talks about the efficiencies that our townships show and how they strive to keep the taxes low. One of the things you need to keep in mind is when you look at it as in terms of tax increases, they have not had overt tax increases. The majority of township budgets are derived from earned income tax. So that as that tax naturally inflates and goes up over time, their revenue goes up over time. So when you look year to year on their spend, they're not the great savior that everybody portrays them to be. Our budget happens to be very large because we deliver a great many services for a great many people, and they're expensive. So, you know, everybody wants to tout that idea that taxes go up. The effective rate of taxes go up for municipalities as well. You just have to look at the data. That's all.
Okay, we have an executive session. Will only be a few minutes.
I do have another comment. Sorry, Wendy. but,
No, go ahead.
With regard to the planning commission's work, some of the charge to the administration, I think you would still consider the work of the planning commission. I still think the board will be revisiting that in future votes. So that's my take on it. And when you do your plans, Mr. Klein, will you continue to look at the work of the planning commission?
We looked, again, I want to be very clear, the people that worked on the planning committee did a fantastic job. And I think a lot of what was adopted tonight is very similar to Proposal 1 that Tim Downs' group did. But it was a hybrid of 2 and 3. As Mr. McGill said, we made it pretty clear from the very beginning, these were advisory committees that were to come forward with the board. But I think if you were to do a step-by-step analysis, much of what we did came right out of the committee reports.
And in the future, when we talk about options for redistricting and school consolidation, I'm sure we'll still be revisiting those reports.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Wendy.
Okay.
This was a lot of work. No, I'm serious. I really did want to thank you. I think it's important, and I know Andy played a big role too. I think you guys did a lot of work on this. I'm sure it wasn't easy. And just the motions alone to get us to this point.
Thank you.
It's appreciated.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Quick executive. Thank you.
On time tomorrow. Got it?
You'll be up at 4 checking the weather forecast for the polar.
Today, sorry.